Hello to everybody who has made their comments already. Sorry for the wee slight delay getting started with things this evening. Where I live, quite often, if it's a stormy, cold, wet, windy day, the internet's a bit unreliable, and that's been the case today with the IT and the cameras and internet and so on. So sorry for the wee delay getting started to this evening's live stream. Welcome to some of the very regulars: Lauren 6348, Sligo Boy 8152, Rubber Duck 67, been on quite often. A couple of other new names. Burnsy Boy 9110. Great to have some new people and some old people. Of course, sometimes people's names change from one week to the other, etc. as well. So great to have everybody on. Quite a few things to talk about. I was hoping that this evening would be, hoping that it would already be a chance to talk about yesterday's game against Aberdeen, hoping that we were going to win that game away from home in Aberdeen last night and cut the gap to 3 points with Hearts. As it turned out, Celtic's game was postponed rather late, by which time Celtic's players and coaches and stuff had already got up to Aberdeen. It looked like half of the crowd, the Celtic fan group that were travelling up, had also gone up as well. Great to have you on, Charo Gary 23. Great to see all those I haven't mentioned already. David Grant as well. Great to have you on as well. That was something we're going to talk about anyway in the live stream, was the Alex Oxlade Chamberlain deal. Looks like we'll come to it later on once we've had a bit more of an introductory chat, but does look like Celtic and Oxlade Chamberlain and his group are close together. Does seem like the stumbling block is Celtic are keen to look at a contract from February through to June. It looks like Oxlade Chamberlain is looking for a deal from February to June and then an option for a year or two after that. I think probably in the end, Celtic would be able to come to some kind of compromise. I don't think it's really in turmoil, etc. I just think it's a matter of negotiations, assuming that Oxlade Chamberlain's wage demands aren't that great, and according to several of the stories, the wage demands weren't that great, i.e. not significantly more than Celtic would be willing to afford. Oxlade Chamberlain, really long career, so I don't think necessarily big contracts are what he's looking for. I think he's probably looking for another couple of years of being a player and then going into coaching or punditry, etc. But as I say, as I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if that deal goes through tomorrow. I can't remember exactly when the cutoff point is for choosing your squad for the next rounds of the Europa League, Champions League playoffs and stuff. We are allowed to swap 3 players from the current squad for 3 players in the new squad. Yes, I think, and David Grant, I tend to be quite sceptical when I read various different news sources as saying that the deal is in turmoil, or there's major disagreements, or there's big problems, particularly when I see Daily Record as being part of it, particularly when you see quite a number of journalists who are very, very, well, who seem very, very pro-Rangers. It was quite interesting. Now, most of you don't watch the women's team, which I do, and a few of the other people who do subscribe to the channel watch the women's team as well. Anyway, the main point being, that the Daily Record were covering the Celtic Rangers women's match at the weekend using a sort of live stream text thing, except all the photographs that were being used by the Daily Record as part of their live stream, their text description of the game, were all from the Rangers photographer for the game. So I just think it was quite unusual that the Daily Record newspaper site were using the Glasgow Rangers photographers' official pictures to illustrate all the various goals and incidents and players and stuff. Anyway, we'll come back to that. Yes, so I don't think there's a major stumbling block. I think it's simply a negotiation over a 4-month contract with an option for a further year or 2 years or whatever, at the discretion of the club and at Oxley-Chamberlain. I think that opens it up for the new manager, whoever he is, when he comes in June, to be able to say who he wants and who he doesn't want. Yes, Catholic Rebel 1888. It's something I have been saying all season, even in the dark days of the transition at the end of Brendan Rodgers' time and the dark days of the Wolford Nancy time. I do still think that Celtic are going to win the double. I thought Celtic were going to win the treble. Celtic didn't perform terribly well in the League Cup final against St Mirren. St Mirren performed way better than they had done all season. Thing to remember, of course, however, was that early in the season under Rodgers and under O'Neill, Celtic had only beaten St Mirren by 1-0. So it wasn't as if Celtic had played St Mirren off the park in either the O'Neill game or the Rodgers game early in the season. And I think St Mirren, and of course at the end of last season, St Mirren had got had drawn 1-1 with us in the last game of the season, when James Forrest scored an injury time, added time goal to save the game. So I think, and even then, one place I'm trying to say is St Mirren have got a style of play and players that we struggle to cope with. Yes, no, that's a really good point. Lauren, when I read the couple of stories talking about it, my two thoughts were he's looking for an option to have another year or 2 years at the end of this 4-month contract. I would guess that's probably the case also for Kelechi Iheanacho, and that was also the deal with Kasper Schmeichel when he signed a couple of seasons ago. He had a 1-year contract which could get extended for another year or 2 years at the discretion of the club. So early on last season, Schmeichel and the club extended the contract to a 2-year from a 1-year contract. But my other thought was maybe that Oxlade-Chamberlain wants to play in the Europa League squad. I personally think that's maybe not the best idea for Celtic, in that it would kind of cut down Celtic's options of, we have got 5 new players signed in the January transfer window. I think, given the fact that there's uncertainty regarding Alistair Johnston coming back from injury, given the fact that a couple of our strikers have been a bit injury prone, my personal feeling is that Celtic have to go with Chavin Chara and have to go with Arojo. Then it really comes down to, is it going to be Joel Mvuka, the right winger? Is it going to be Junior Adamu, the centre forward? I would suspect that Benjamin Arthur, the young centre-back, is probably the lowest on the list. You've also then got to work out having to have 4 Celtic-trained players and 4 other homegrown Scottish-trained players, which does favour players like Colby Donovan, Anthony Ralston, Luke McCowan, etc. So it's a bit of a balancing act that O'Neill and Maloney are going to have. And I'm not convinced that having Oxlade-Chamberlain available for the Europa League games, particularly at the start, is an option, especially because he hasn't actually played professional football since May of 2025. So he's had 8-9 months out from injury. Yeah, so according to several different news stories, the money isn't a particular stumbling block for Oxlade-Chamberlain. It's more this uncertainty about how long his contract is going to be. And Lauren did raise, I thought, a really good point, which I hadn't really properly thought about, is he's maybe wanting a guarantee that he's going to play the Europa League matches. My personal feeling is that probably at the moment Celtic, in terms of midfielders, actually have quite a number of first choice midfielders and quite a number of backups, in that we at the moment do have basically we have what would normally be our best three, the way that O'Neill sees it, in Engels, McGregor and Negrin, with Hatate, McCowan and Paulo Bernardo as the backups. So I'm not quite sure that you would want to disrupt those six from your Europa League squad, especially because McGregor and McCowan count as being Scottish and McGregor counts as being Celtic trained. Hello to Kev166. I think it's a new name from previous times. So Ernest mostly 8156. I think there is a deadline. It's probably going to be probably tomorrow. I think I have a vague recollection of it being tomorrow, but don't quote me on that. But there is a deadline that you have to get everybody your three changes, or up to three changes, done by. I have this vague recollection. Of it being like Friday at midnight, something like that. Yes, so I think probably it could also be the fact that maybe Martin O'Neill has to kind of sort of give him a promise that he's going to be in the sort of the match day squad on a regular basis. It is, as I said earlier on, he last played for Besiktas in May of 2025. He missed the last 3 or 4 games of the season for Besiktas due to a knee injury, and they decided to cut short his 3-year contract to a 2-year contract, and then he came back to London. There we are. Came back to London, and he's been training with Arsenal ever since August onwards. So he's actually very physically fit. Just he wouldn't have played any actual competitive matches. All right, okay. Rightio, that's fine. So I think there's longer to go than I thought for that match in that case. So we have got a wee bit of leeway in that case to deciding who's going to be in the squad. And personally, I would go with Oroho, Chavanchara, and one out of Adamu and Mvuka, especially because you've got all the complications of Scottish trained and Celtic trained players Yes, so I think it's a bit of a what's the word? Sort of condemnation, or a bit of a sign that the quality of Scottish football isn't really that great, given the fact that Rangers had a terrible start to their season, and they're up in second place, 3 points behind Celtic had a mediocre start to the season. They had a bit of a resurgence under Martin O'Neill, a bit of a flattening out under Wolford Nancy, a bit of a resurgence now under Neil's second time around. And given all those advantages and all the disadvantages in poor form of Celtic, but also of Rangers, Hearts are actually 3 points ahead of Rangers and 6 ahead of Celtic, with Celtic having a game in hand. And so I think it's actually a bit of a sign that maybe Scottish football isn't really that strong, in that the two strongest clubs in the country can afford to have pretty awful seasons and yet still very much be in the contention going into the last 15 games or whatever it is of the season, especially with the the final split, where you've got your 5 games at the end. So Celtic have another game against Hearts. We've got 2 games against Rangers. Rangers have got 2 games against Hearts. So there's plenty of it's an interesting point. I don't tend to be one that's awfully keen talking about all the politics around behind the scenes and all the controversies behind the scenes. I'm much happier talking about the players, the form, the results, guessing scores and guessing lineups and guessing transfers and stuff. It'll be interesting to know how strong this demanded boycott by the Celtic fan collective is. The stuff I've read about that from them, they seem to imply that they are speaking for the massive majority of Celtic fans. I was reading a couple of other articles today that were kind of suggesting that there's quite split views amongst the Celtic fans. There are some who are much keener just to support the club, watch the games, support them, cheer them on, buy the Celtic strips, buy the merchandise, buy the pie and coffee and Bovril and stuff at the ground. And there are some who are demanding this change and that change, and this changes and that changes. So it'll be interesting to see how strong this boycott is. I think it's personally now. I think a crowd of 20,000 in a 60,000 stadium, given the fact that Dundee will be able to bring 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 fans for their wee section, I think it does actually equalise the advantage that Celtic have in every game by having the biggest, noisiest bunch of fans for virtually every other game. I think it does actually maybe equalise things, takes away some of the intimidation and scariness of playing football at Celtic Park. However, everybody's got the right to protest. Everyone's got the right to spend their money the way they want to spend their money. Whilst I wouldn't personally do that, I don't think it's going to help Celtic on the pitch, and I don't think it's going to affect things off the pitch. So I think it's potentially counterproductive. Well, for somebody who wants to keep politics and sport separate, we've got a few different political things involved in there, but not to worry. Yes, as I said, Kaiser, Sozi, TTC, everybody is entitled to their opinion. Everyone's entitled to how they think, what they think's the best thing to do. It's not what I would do. It's not what I think is good for Celtic. I don't think it's good for the players. I don't think it's good for the family spirit, the camaraderie, etc. of being a Celtic fan. One of the great things I have found being a Celtic fan for 54 years is the fact that Celtic fans tend to be from all walks of life, all skin colours, genders, sexualities, religions, etc., and that for me is a great thing. A lot more clubs have been much more exclusive with the way that they do things. Oh dear. Yes, so Very good. Sligo Boy 8152. So have to say, I have to admit, Lauren, I haven't watched or listened to the Brian Wilson interim chairman interview today. I was too busy doing a couple of other things this evening, and I haven't bothered. I haven't bothered. I will listen to it before tomorrow, but I hadn't actually listened to it tonight, so I can't really comment on what he did or didn't say. I don't know. I personally don't think that boycotting the game, I don't think that not spending money on merchandising, etc., that you would have spent money on normally, will affect the way that the board manage things or change things. But I have no idea. Of course, Brian Wilson is the interim chairman. He's not the permanent chairman. He's in a bit of a difficult situation as well, in that he isn't, much like Celtic with Martin O'Neill as our current manager, backed up by Fotheringham and Maloney, etc. It's my understanding that Wilson won't be the chairman for any more than another few months or so at maximum. It's an interesting point of view. I would love to know where given the fact that Celtic have millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of fans all around the world, how we can say that there's 80% of Celtic fans support sacking the board, etc., etc. And again, this is just my personal anecdotal opinion, is that there's a much larger silent majority who just want to get on with supporting the club and cheering them on to victory, etc. But everyone's entitled to their opinion. It'd be interesting, because certainly the Celtic fan collective, in every single thing they ever put out, is that they speak for they speak for all the fans. They speak for the majority, etc., etc., etc. But maybe they do. And certainly the percentages they got in their own poll were very, 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 very strongly sacking the board, sacking Nicholson, sacking Mackay, sacking everybody, and completely changing everybody. I don't know how many people who are on the live stream were asked their opinion. I certainly wasn't asked my opinion. No, I'm not. Where the David 67 channel is not a particularly big channel, but it is one of the ones which is recognised on the Celtic News Now site. It is something that's obviously on YouTube, etc. So they could have reached out to me. I could have given my opinion. I could have done a poll on the channel, and I could have said, this is what the David 67 viewership said in our poll. But anyway, yes, I 100% agree that there are fans all over the place. Some make their opinions very clear. Some don't make their opinions clear. Part of the problem with any kind of poll, if it's political polls for who you're going to vote for in the next election, are you going to vote for Brexit? You're going to vote for Scottish independence, or whatever it might be. Quite often with polls, the poll often depends on who you ask and how you ask the question. Anyway, I think that's a really good point, Strangelove the Doctor. In terms of you might well be right in that cricket might well be the biggest sport in the world in terms of participants and fans, given the massive number of people from India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka who play and watch cricket on a daily basis. Certainly in terms of being played in the most countries in the world, football stroke soccer, depending how you want to call it, is the number one sport worldwide, in that there are organized leagues in practically every country in the world. Cricket is participated and watched by a smaller number of countries, but possibly a larger number. Anyway, it's an interesting philosophical point. Yes, yes, certainly if we're talking about cricket, certainly the popularity of cricket was and is primarily in the countries that were part of the British Empire in the olden days. Admittedly, over recent years, cricket has spread to more and more countries outside of that. But anyway, in that, just for the sake of example, Ireland in cricket has managed to become a full Test match nation. Scotland is on the borderline of that. Anyway, let's get back to talking about football. So, just be a wee second. Just want to get. Yes, I think personally, Martin O'Neill was a very inspired appointment the first time around. I think in retrospect, probably the thing to do when O'Neill was such a success was to ask him and Maloney and Fotheringham if they fancied carrying on being the Celtic caretaker managers to the end of the season. I think that might have been a good. I think also in retrospect, obviously, Wolford Nancy was appointed at the wrong time. I think he personally was appointed with all intentions of him being appointed at the right time. I think, as many people have said, I think he rushed the changes he made to the squad. He didn't seem to take the players with him. Wee bit similar to what Kenny Dalglish was saying about the John Barnes years, that there seemed to be a disharmony between the players and John Barnes and his coaching staff, which meant that John Barnes' way of playing football and his tactics and his formations and stuff weren't well liked by the players at the time. And so the players kind of metaphorically downed tools and didn't play as hard for them as for Barnes as they might have done. According to a couple of stories I've read, there are about 3 clubs at the moment in France who are looking to sign him. One of them is Saint Etienne. Now, Saint Etienne, when I was a wee boy, were the number 1 team in France. They've kind of fallen on hard times, partly due to, like a lot of clubs in France at the moment, terrible financial mismanagements, which has made them go bankrupt. So Saint Etienne were one of the top teams in Europe, one of the top teams in France when I was a little boy, a long time ago, obviously. And then they bankrupted themselves and have really struggled ever to get back to the top of French football. So they're currently in the French second division, and they just sacked their manager. And I think you're quite right. I think they do play in green and white. And so they just sacked their manager, and I'm not sure. Saint Etienne were certainly one of the teams where Wolford Nancy was one of the 3 teams who had been looking at appointing him as their manager. And the other interesting thing with St Etienne is they're actually owned by Americans rather than French people, which of course would then have a throwback to the fact that Nancy was very, very successful in Major League Soccer, both in Canada and then with Columbus Crew. So I don't know whether St Etienne is an option for him. It would mean managing in the French second division, but it is a club, as to say, with a big history in the olden days. Yes, I think Bunsey Boy, 9110. I think Wolford Nancy will get another job, no bother at all. I think, as I said, there were 3 clubs lined up in France to take him when Celtic got him. One of those clubs was St Etienne. They sacked their manager a week or so ago, so they do have an opening. I think obviously his fame and his stock and his success in America was unprecedented. I think the first team of any standard in America who sacked their manager next season, he would be high up on the list to get the job, given the fact that he was the not last season, but the season before, he was the Major League Soccer Manager of the Year. He won the league and the cup double. He took the American side, the Columbus Crew, all the way to the CONCACAF Champions League final. So he made unprecedented success as a manager in Major League Soccer in America. And certainly his way of coaching, his way of playing football, soccer in America was very, very popular. A lot of teams started to copy his way of playing football. And I think if his way of playing football, if it's played properly, which Celtic's players didn't have either the physical fitness and endurance and stamina to do, which is one possibility as to why Celtic so often under him played one half very well and then collapsed, particularly in the second half. When you play the game with 5 or 6 defending and 7 or 8 attacking, and you stop the opposition getting out of their own half by pressing them deep in their own defensive zone, it's a very, very successful way of playing football. Just it didn't seem as if Celtic had the players had the energy or the intelligence or the ability to adapt to that system. And something that was one thing that Liam Scales was talking about, was the fact that he, in the last 20 minutes of a game, was really struggling for stamina, energy, fitness, endurance and stuff. So it wasn't so much the way they were asked to play football, it was the fact that he couldn't play 90 minutes. That's a very interesting point, John Mulaney. The Beach Boys were not particularly big. So they were obviously massive band in America in the 60s and in the 70s. Not really a band that I listened to when I was a wee boy. But I'm personally not a great believer or fan of listening to people like Peter Lawwell or Dermot Desmond or Ross Desmond or Brian Wilson, who are the people I would like to hear speak on a very regular basis are the Mackays and the Nicholsons, the chief financial officer and the chief executive officer. I do think having them being cross-examined, interviewed, press conferences, speaking to the fans, speaking to the TV, and on a really, really regular basis, much like it is in many, many other sports, particularly the American sports. The equivalent of the chief executive officer in many American sporting organizations is a person called the general manager. The general manager is on American television, sports channels, pretty much once a week or once every 2 weeks. And I, for one, think that should really be what we should be expecting from Nicholson and Mackay, would be them speaking on television to the press, to the fan groups, to the fan media on a really, really regular basis. So one of them on one Friday, another one on the next Friday, and so on and so on and so on. Yes, the one thing that really disappoints me about Celtic, and has been disappointing me about Celtic for a long time, particularly now that we're in a very media savvy, global internet, social media type thing. I think it's obviously way different from how it was in the 70s, 80s, 90s, the early 2000s, when TV and social media and internet and stuff wasn't such a big thing. But nowadays, the whole world is very joined up with IT, internet, social media, etc. And for that reason, I think Celtic should have been much proactive, much more open. And it is really massively disappointing that that Nicholson hasn't been on television or being scrutinised or cross-examined by journalists or by fan groups in public for a long time. I think he's done like 1 or 2 media interviews ever as the chief executive officer, which is not good enough. Having said all that, it's not as if any other club in Scotland, or for that matter in England, puts their chief executive officer or their chief financial officer up terribly much to be cross-examined, etc. So it's not really the current way in football that those sorts of people are put up. However, I do personally think that I would love to on a really so I watch all the Friday afternoon press conferences with the player and with Martin O'Neill or Sean Maloney. I watch the midweek ones, etc. And they're vaguely interesting, but after a while they do get rather repetitive. Some of O'Neill's press conferences are a bit more entertaining because he's a bit more entertaining. A couple of the players, particularly Alistair Johnston, does good press conferences. He's always quite entertaining. He often says interesting things. He often has an opinion about things. Quite often, a lot of the press conferences from the players and the managers and the coaches are rather boring. And I would love things to be a bit more varied, i.e. I would love to hear somebody from Celtic's physio or medical department talking about the injury recovery times for the players. I would love to hear them maybe talking about their theories as to why Celtic are so prone to hamstring and calf muscle problems, and that we've lost so many players this season to hamstring tears. Johnston, Iheanacho, Sirachi. We've lost, obviously, Iheanacho for a second time, Johnston for a second time, Sirachi for a second time, Osmond out with a hamstring problem. Last season, several, Hatate had that, Carter Vickers. So there's something, ever since Ange Postecoglou came in as the head coach, Celtic's been very prone to muscle problems in their players. So I wasn't aware that there was going to be. I wasn't aware there was going to be a meeting, but I would fully agree with all that. It would make a lot of sense for it to be available, maybe free to air on Celtic TV, something like that. I'm sure Celtic TV's media people could put it on as a live stream on Celtic TV's YouTube channel, free of charge. I do think, given the fact that technology nowadays is so immediate and so global, that there should really be no reason why Celtic's TV YouTube channel couldn't do a live stream or version of that meeting. Possibly you could have it on a bit of a delay, that way that if there was any swearing or language or things that are not YouTube friendly, you could bleep that out. So you could have maybe a 30-second delay. That's not unusual on a lot of different live events. That there's a gap between the live coverage on the television or YouTube and what actually goes out. And actually, with what I'm doing at the moment, there is about a 30-second gap between what I say and when you hear it, which I picked up on the fact that when I had the TV on on the channel, and I could see that what I was saying was about 30 seconds delayed before it went live on the YouTube feed. So I think it would be a great idea would be to make that meeting as open as possible, and you could certainly put some constraints that way. You could bleep out swear words. You could, if someone was being particularly difficult, you could cut to some kind of screen if someone was being violent, disruptive, violent, or if there was an awful lot of anger and aggression, etc. So anyway, I doubt, unfortunately, that the Celtic TV or Celtic Club will go for that. Anyway, so I think it's a super idea to have it all. So now the last one that they had, it was the transcript of it was published about 2 or 3 days later. Part of that was that the club wanted to check through the transcript, and the Celtic fan collective people wanted to check through the transcript, because there were bits where there was disagreement about what was said or not said, or quite what some people meant, except. Yes, I think possibly. I'm not. Yes, I would say that I'd agree with that up to quite a big point in terms of lack of squad depth. I think we have got a good squad. We've got enough players to cover all the positions, but I do think there's quite a drop off between the number one choices and the backup choices. Part of the difficulty, I think, is partly down to recruitment, partly down to the way that particularly Rodgers managed the team, and O'Neill's been managing the team, is the fact that the one undroppable player in the whole team, ever since Rodgers' first time around, has been pretty much Callum McGregor. So Callum McGregor came in, obviously, under Ronnie Dahlia. Then under Rodgers the first time, running through Rodgers, Postecoglou, Rodgers, and now O'Neill, is that McGregor has been the almost plays every single game that he's ever fit, even which I thought was a big mistake. They played him against the Auchinleck Talbot, and I just think that's asking for trouble. Remembering a few seasons ago, we played against Alloa, and we ended up having about 4 or 5 players in that game quite significantly injured, including McGregor, who broke his face in that match. Itaguchi, the Japanese player, never played for Celtic again after that game because of an injury he received in that game. There were 2 or 3 others who got injuries in that game. So I do agree. Yes. So I think the drop off between the number one choices and the backup isn't as good as it could be. Partly, I think, due to the fact that I don't think Celtic have been as good as they should have been in resting and rotating players. In that we haven't really, apart from when Tomoki Iwata came in to replace McGregor when he was struggling with his Achilles tendon problem, we never really had anybody who's played on a consistent basis in the McGregor role in the team. We seem to play McGregor in every single game. He rarely takes even 5 or 10 minutes off, and I think that's not good for his chronic, long-standing Achilles tendon problem. And I think you're quite right. I think we have become over-reliant. Over-reliant on Kyogo, partly due to the fact that the managers at the time, particularly Rodgers and Postecoglou, were reluctant to give the backup players, Ida, Giacomakis, etc., regular starts. And I think we have actually been not as good as we should have been in resting and rotating. And the people you've highlighted there, Carter, Vickers, and Johnston, again, they're both players who, when they're fit, play every single game and play almost every single minute of every single game. And I do think that both the two of them do have slight chronic injuries. And so probably they both should be a bit more managed in terms of, yes, I do agree. Pressure to win every game, tough at the top. Yes, I do agree. And I think it comes back to what your point was earlier on. I think what we do need to have is a much smaller drop off between the McGregor, Engels, Negrin combination. We need to have people like Paolo Bernardo, Luke McCowan, Odin Thiago Holm, or some of the younger players being able to really step up and be as good as those first 3 or 4 players. I think obviously Engels, Hatate, McGregor, and Negrin are probably all they're the 4 first choice for those 3 positions. There's been a bit of flexibility regarding Hatate and Engels, or Hatate and Negrin. But I do think the drop off between those 4 and Paolo Bernardo, Odin Thiago Holm, Luke McCowan, and the younger ones, the academy players, is probably too great, which is why I actually would have been calling out for the last 2 years to get somebody in a year or so ago to shadow Callum McGregor, take Callum McGregor's position every so often, putting McGregor on the bench or giving him a complete week off to rest his Achilles tendon problem, and then every couple of years, after 2 or 3 years, transition from one of them, from that younger player becoming the first choice, and McGregor becoming more of the backup player. Anyway, Sligo boy, Celtic can obviously still win a treble this season. I think winning the Europa League probably is beyond Celtic. I'm actually confident that they'll be good enough to beat Stuttgart over 2 legs, assuming that Celtic get a full 60-odd thousand for the first leg at Celtic Park to take a lead of a goal or 2 away to Stuttgart. I think Celtic have shown by the way that they were able to defend away from home against Feyenoord, away from home against Bologna, away from home last season against Atalanta, that they actually, and for that matter, they actually defended pretty well against Bayern Munich away from home too, and then hit them on the break. So I think Celtic actually, particularly with the way that Martin O'Neill puts teams together, actually does have the capability, the mentality, the players to defend well away from home and hold on to a lead. After all, that was part of the reason that Martin O'Neill took the team all the way to the UEFA Cup final in Sevilla against Porto all those years ago, was he actually did manage away from home in Europe especially well. So they've had some super results under O'Neill away from home in the various different competitions. So Celtic can still win the treble, obviously, win the Cup, win the league, and then win the Europa League. Of course, we'll get straight into the Champions League. I think getting into the Champions League next season is going to be awkward, partly due to the fact that we'll have a lot of players away at the World Cup, partly due to the fact we'll be starting very early in terms of the qualifiers. Even if we are Scottish champions, we'll still be starting 2 or 3 rounds earlier than we did 2 seasons ago. However, a team like Karabag, a team like Kairat Almaty came through all the rounds of qualifiers to get themselves into the Champions League proper. I think the Cypriot champions, Paphos, they came through 2 or 3 rounds as well. So clearly, if you organise yourself properly, if you get your pre-season training right, if you get your squad recruitment right, if you get a lot of continuity between one season and the next, I think you can go through the European qualifiers. I think too often with Celtic is we've not been properly organised at the start of a pre-season, and it takes us too long to get going in the pre-season, which I think is why we've struggled quite often, and as do all the Scottish clubs in the European qualifiers in July, and all the clubs have had quite a bad time. Yes, the two big, well, for me, the three biggest disappointments this season have been McGregor, Hatate, and Maeda. Last season, those three were three of Celtic's most important players. Last season, unlike previous 2 or 3 seasons, Hatate actually played every single game up until the Aberdeen 5-1 win, very close to the end of the season. Hatate had played every single game that season. He only missed the last couple of games after getting a knee injury in that game, which I think was like the second or third last game of the season. So I do think McGregor, Maeda, and Hatate last season were three of Celtic's most important players, along with obviously Kuhn's getting 20-odd goals from the right wing position, and Ida getting 20 goals from subs bench and being the second choice striker option. Yes, and it does feel both Maeda and Hatate don't seem as happy now as they were last season. It did now obviously last January they lost one of their mates in Kyogo. Obviously Kyogo, Hatate, and Maeda all came within 6 months of each other. They socialised apparently an awful lot. Obviously, all three of them were back and forward playing for Japan internationally as well. So I think those three were very, very close. So whether that's a factor, that threesome friendship has gone. Now, also reportedly, when Shinya Maeda and Hayato Inamura came to the club, Hatate and Maeda became very, very close and friendly with the two new Japanese players, in that they often went out socialising for meals, etc. And obviously, Shinya Maeda and Hayato Inamura haven't had a very good time at Celtic. They're both away. Whether that's also part of it as well, I don't know. They certainly just don't seem nearly as happy this season as they were last season. Their performances have been very, very in and out. And Maeda's finishing this season has been very, very, very poor, given the fact he scored 33 goals for us last season. And he's missed probably about 33 goals this season in terms of the chances he's wasted. And if Maeda and Kenny could have actually taken half the chances that were created for them in the Nancy games, Celtic would probably have won 3/4 or more of those games under Wolford Nancy, rather than losing 6 and winning 2. It probably would have been winning 6 and losing 1 or losing 2, had Kenny and Maeda taken the chances, as was the case obviously in the Dundee United match, the first Hearts match, in the first half, the St Mirren match in that 30-minute spell after we conceded the first goal, the Rangers match in the first half. Anyway. It's a good point. It's a good point, and it's something maybe we can maybe. Maeda, I think maybe Maeda does need a rest, and he needs. I think somehow or other someone's got to get into his head and see why he is not performing as well this year. Many games I've missed the comment. Someone was saying that Maeda still runs all over the place and tries very hard. It does feel Maeda does often chase all over the pitch. He doesn't seem very happy being played as the target man centre forward, which is the way that O'Neill seems to like to play him. It's the way that Wolford Nancy played him. Rodgers' way of playing him was less playing him as a target man centre forward. I think Maeda's best talent is the fact he's got so much pace to get in behind defences. It's not really the way that either O'Neill or Nancy played him, unfortunately. He doesn't, ever since he got turned down for his transfer to Wolfsburg at the end of August of last year, August 2025, he doesn't seem to be the same player that he was 12 months before. He has shown the odd game where he's shown his full skills. He just, for some reason or other, his finishing ability is poorer than it was before. Yes, I think there's a degree of truth to that as well. He doesn't seem to be he certainly his pressing of the goalkeepers has helped Celtic get 3 or 4 goals this season. But there are times he does seem to just run all over the pitch, and quite often does get himself into trouble with referees, with late challenges. So I think there's truth on every side there. So it does feel at times Wolford Nancy, Daizen Maeda is kind of running around a wee bit like a headless chicken, and that sometimes he does get himself You're very, very kind, Strange Lovely Doctor. I've been trying to keep up with everyone's comments. It's wonderful there are so many people commenting. There's so many people participating. I'm quite happy being in retirement or retirement, whatever we want to call it at the moment. Anyway. Yeah. No, I have a lot of sympathy for Daizen Maeda. It does sound like he and his wife and kids were all ready to move off to Germany. I think Maeda was keen to try playing in a higher level of football in the Bundesliga. I think he thought that was also going to be good for his Japanese international career, etc. And so I fully accept that he probably was more than a bit miffed and cheesed off, etc., regarding the fact that he was all ready to leave. The stories were along the lines of he'd packed up his locker, etc., at Lennoxtown. He and his wife were starting to pack up the house in Glasgow or wherever they lead, and then at the last minute, because Celtic were struggling to recruit any new strikers, he didn't get to leave, and then maybe he also got rather annoyed because at the same time as he was getting blocked going to Wolfsburg, Adam Maeda was allowed to go down to play for Swansea. It's a very good question, and I don't really have a good answer for it. I think the way that the two sides are at the moment, that it's going to be very, very hard for the two sides to come together. It probably is going to require somebody who is a particularly strong unifying force, potentially Martin O'Neill. He probably is somebody who might well bridge the gap between Celtic fans and the Celtic board members and the Celtic owner. He seems to have quite a lot of kudos and praise from the fans. He has a lot of praise and support from the executives on the board. He's got the full support of Dermot Desmond. So he theoretically could put all those three sides, all the different sides together. The executive people who control the finances, etc., the board members, particularly Dermot Desmond, and the fan groups. But I think it would take an awful lot of hard work by O'Neill, by the board, by Nicholson, but also by the Celtic fan collective leaders. There doesn't seem to be a real desire to be conciliatory and meet things halfway. It's kind of like both sides have got their feet sort of set in stone, and they're not going to move one way or the other. So I think it probably would take sort of some kind of unifying force with an extremely strong personality, maybe an Ange Postecoglou, maybe more likely Martin O'Neill, given the fact he's got a greater Celtic heritage. We don't really have a person like. When you think of someone like maybe like a Alex Ferguson, could probably pull Manchester United back together, or Arsene Wenger might pull Arsenal back together. We don't really have that kind of figure at Celtic now. Other than Martin O'Neill. I have to be thoroughly honest. I haven't kept up with him. He was somebody that I looked at when we signed Arne Engels a couple of summers ago. There were a couple of players at Augsburg that Celtic reportedly were looking to sign. We ended up signing Arne Engels, but there was one other player, which I think was the player you're mentioning there, that we were also looking to sign, but we ended up getting Arne Engels. I think Arne Engels has been a qualified success. I don't think Arne Engels will be a Celtic player after August of this year. Neil Lennon theoretically would be that person. Now, actually, having said all those things, there is one probable person who could, if he had the mentality and the time and the desire to do it, would be someone like Henrik Larsson. In that I can't think of anybody in the Celtic world who has a bad thing to say about Henrik Larsson. Similarly, there's nobody who has a bad thing really to say about Martin O'Neill. I think Martin O'Neill's finding at the moment that when he does say things which are supportive of Nicholson and Mackay and Dermot Desmond, he does get a bit of a fan backlash. And so he's got quite a difficult road to tread between those two different sides. But possibly Henrik Larsson, although he's kind of kept himself out of Celtic life and Celtic politics. I'm sorry, the YouTube award and the Celtic strip, which is just over my shoulder, the David 67 Celtic strip, are presents from my family. That's why they've got pride of place on the wall. That's why they're in the middle of the frame. Is Little Miss David 67 got me the award for getting 1,000 subscribers, and she got me. She was the one that bought and commissioned the David 67 Celtic strip. So they've got pride of place as a thank you to Little Miss David 67. And so I'm afraid they're staying where they are. But I take your point. Good evening to you as well, John Reed. Thank you for that. Yep, no, I got my David, my daughter, Little Miss David 67, organised it ages ago. Sorry, just getting one or two wee difficulties pressing the right buttons. Anyway. Yes, so John Reed, the latest I heard about Oxlade-Chamberlain is that he was up in Glasgow on Thursday, so that's still today. He's had his medical. There's no mention of how the medical went. Now, Chamberlain does actually have a long history of knee problems. So, just as a wee reminder for everybody of Alex Oxlade Chamberlain. So, Alex Oxlade Chamberlain is 32 years old now, 5'11", 35 caps for England, 7 goals. Has primarily played central midfield, also has played on a very regular basis right wing and to slightly lesser extent left wing, has played as a right-sided midfielder, a left-sided midfielder, has played an attacking midfielder role, defensive midfielder role, has even played right back a few times, striker a few times. So very, very versatile player, a lot of central midfield roles. Probably at least half or more of his games have been central midfield. Has played often right wing, left wing, and has played variations of midfield. His last game was for Besiktas in the Turkish League, 11th of May of last year. He's played for Southampton, Arsenal, Liverpool, so two of the strongest, biggest clubs in English football, if not European football. He's been playing as a professional since 2009-10, so we're talking 16, 17 years. So he's had a long career since his young years at Southampton. Besiktas last season, 20 games, just 1 goal and no assists, playing more as a sub rather than a regular starter. Career, 443 games, 53 goals, 52 assists. Key thing is, having played 443 games in his 16 years or so as a professional, he's also missed 215 games through injury. So that's a lot of games. So in essence, he could have by this point have played 650 games as a professional, but he's missed roughly 33% of his career he's spent out injured. He had one spell out injured with anterior cruciate for 10 months. He's had 6 spells of 2 or 3 months out with injury and 6 spells of 1 month out with an injury. So he clearly has had a long period of injuries. He's had a lot of problems with his knees. Now, one or two other factors regarding Oxlade-Chamberlain, he's younger than Callum McGregor, so a lot of people were saying, "Oh, we can't sign him. He's far too old to play for Celtic." Well, our captain and probably our linchpin, our player who plays every single game, practically plays every single minute, is Callum McGregor, who's 2 months older than him. He's younger by 2 years than James Forrest, and a couple of people were kind of saying that in some ways Oxlade-Chamberlain is quite a similar signing to when we signed Aaron Moy in 22-23. Aaron Moy had been out of football for 6 months. He had been playing in China whilst his family were still living in Scotland. And he finished playing in China, came back to live with his family in the Glasgow Paisley area, and hadn't actually been playing football for 6 months. Because he knew Ange Postecoglou from Australia days, he asked Postecoglou could he come and train at Lennoxtown. Postecoglou was so impressed with him, he then offered him a contract, and his one season with Celtic, which was at the age of 29-30, was, to all intents and purposes, very, very good. 42 games, 7 goals, 11 assists. So it's a pretty decent output for a player of his style of play. Scored a good number of goals, created a lot of goals. He was actually a very important player in that season. And then at the age of 30-31, he chose to retire. So coming back to your point, John Reid, the understanding is that he's had his medical. There's no mention of him having failed his medical, which would suggest that his knee problems, which has been about half of his injuries over his career, can't be that bad. And certainly his last 2 or 3 games for Besiktas, he missed due to a minor knee problem. They then chose to end his contract 1 year early. Been training, as I say, on a very regular basis with Arsenal. Reportedly, Arsenal were going to offer him a short-term contract because they've got a number of midfielders out injured at the moment. However, it came to Celtic for a medical on Thursday. He's been in negotiations with the Nicholsons and the Mackays and O'Neill and Maloney, etc. And he's apparently, the wages is not a problem. It's the stumbling block is the length of contract. So I think Celtic want to give him a 4-month contract, and he wants to have a contract that's 4 months with a rolling 1 year or 2 years after that, if it goes well, which I think is roughly what Kelechi Iheanacho was on. Kelechi Iheanacho, I think, was going to be a one year contract with another year or 2 added on top of that. And Lauren's point right at the start was possibly the stumbling block is over whether he plays in the Europa League matches or not. I think probably that's given the fact he hasn't played a professional game of football for 8 months since May of 2025, he's going to struggle to be able to play football games. So I don't think there are many things that the Celtic board could do other than resign en masse as a winner. I think that's probably the only thing that would appease the Celtic fan collectives and the vocal Celtic fans who are demanding wholesale massive changes to the behind the scenes financial and board members type of thing. I think also if you sacked everybody on the board and replaced Nicholson and Mackay and Wilson and Desmond and everybody else who's on the board, I think that would cause massive disruption to Celtic as well. It'd be like sacking the whole coaching staff and sacking 3/4 of the players, and getting rid of the academy players and the academy manager in essence, to get rid of all the people who are running the club behind the scenes, all the people running the contracts, the legal departments, the personnel, the human resources. So I think if we were to sack everybody behind the scenes, it would cause massive disruption. So I haven't, as I said, I last looked at the Celtic news sites about 9 o'clock just before I came on to do the live stream. It didn't sound like there was a confirmed deal, but that was certainly the rumor was that's what Celtic were going to offer him, was a contract to the end of the season. Then there were some stories that he wanted a longer contract option. I'll just have a wee look to see if there's anything more recent. Just be 1 second, so. So certainly, most of the Celtic news sites are still saying the negotiations are going, but there is one that's saying that things have maybe moved on. No, I don't think signing Oxlade-Chamberlain will appease the fan groups or the supporters or lead to lasting truce. I think that's going to be. I don't think it's going to make any difference. I think it might actually even increase the amount of disharmony. I think Oxlade-Chamberlain could do a perfectly good job for Celtic. Yes, I would tend to say, unfortunately, I don't think. Right here. So Anthony Joseph, who is usually quite reliable, he's one of the Sky people. It says they're close to agreeing a 6-month deal with an option to extend by a year. Still some details to be sorted out. It said it won't make the Europa League squad deadline. So it's suggesting that that he won't meet the Europa League deadline in terms of being part of the squad. I think someone was making the point that you can make changes up to a point prior to the actual fixture. That might be to do with injuries and stuff. I don't know. Anyway, they're suggesting that Celtic and Oxlade-Chamberlain are close to a 6-month deal with a 1-year option after that. But unfortunately, I think, John Reed, you're quite right. I don't think. I don't think. I think if we were to sign the second Henrik Larsson, the second Kennedy Bliss, the second Jimmy McGrory, the second Ronnie Simpson, or Artur Boric, I think if we signed some of the best players in the world, I'm not convinced that would make much difference either. I think, unfortunately, the disagreements, the bad blood between the two sides, at the moment is too strong. I think someone needs to pull them together. I think as I've talked about on previous live streams, I think that is one of the problems of not buying merchandising, not buying the food and drink, etc. at the ground, not using the Celtic Superstore, not using the Celtic online Superstore. Those sorts of things, is it does actually have an effect on people's wages, people's contracts. A lot of the people who are part of the food and drink people at the Celtic Park are all on short-term contracts and 0-hour contracts. A lot of them are students, people doing two jobs to make a living, etc. So so I think all these things are a fact, has a so all those things can be a factor in terms of Celtic. If the superstores and the online stores, etc., aren't getting customers, you can't keep on employing all the staff. You then don't need to buy as many. You then the club shop doesn't then need to order so many mugs and strips and calendars and socks and pajamas and so on and so on. Yes, so Celtic's catering is done by an outside company, with Celtic, the club, taking some of the profits, but the bulk of the profits go to the company who run the sports food and drink thing. That they do food and drink lots and lots of different places. The same company do stuff for various different race courses. They do stuff for Newcastle Football Club. They do stuff for things like what's it called? The Glasgow Transmit Music Festival in the summer in Glasgow. Various different ones all around Britain. The company are the ones who often run a lot of the burger bars, the coffee, the bars, etc. So Celtic have their own catering people, but they've also got their little booths are all subcontracted to somebody else. Anyway, all I was trying to say is a lot of those people, the caterers, a lot of the people who work there are on 0-hour contracts. So if you don't if there's no business for 20 food and drink bars at Celtic Park, you don't need to. People won't be getting employed. Anyway. Anyway, so I'm hopeful that if Oxlade-Chamberlain does get signed, and it does seem that it's something that Martin Neal's very keen to do. Sounds like the board, the executives, etc., have backed him. As I said, the people we were talking about in terms of the food and drinks booths, that's not Celtic as such. That's an outside catering company runs those things. Obviously, the people who work in the various different superstores and online stores, and the ticket people, and everybody else are full-time people. certainly the few times I have had food actually at Celtic Park, the food's been okay. Generally, the food at any football ground I've been to hasn't been terribly nice. But anyway, again, we're getting a wee bit. Yes, so Anthony Jones, you're quite. Let's get back to talking about football, because I don't know nearly as much about the ins and outs of how Celtic run their business, because I don't really have very much knowledge about running businesses, which is why people who know how to run businesses have been running Celtic as a business for 25 years. And as I say, one of the darkest days in Celtic history was around about 1994, when we were within a day or two of going out of business. Fergus McCann bailed the club out, turned it into a financial success, and from roughly that point onwards, it's been a financially well-run club, and since 2000, we've been a massively successful club in Scottish football. Since the days of Martin O'Neill coming in 2000, the next 25 years, we've won nearly all the leagues, and that's been 13 out of the last 14 have been Celtic. So on the pitch, Celtic's been massively successful. Off the pitch, we've made a lot of money, and one could definitely argue that the money's not been maybe reinvested, or money hasn't been reinvested as well as it should have been. I think Celtic should have upgraded its stadium. I think it should have upgraded its. It may have had a purpose-built second stadium for closer to Celtic Park rather than Lennoxtown, which is a fair distance outside of away from the ground. I think if you look at what the case is at Hampden Park, you got the lesser Hampden ground. I think that's certainly something that Celtic could have and maybe should have looked at. I've had a second stadium which is designed for the academy, designed for the women's team and for the academy, and also designed as a practice facility, also a facility for letting visiting teams in Europe use that as a practice facility as well. If you look at maybe, not know it's a different sport, but at Murrayfield, you've got the big international ground at Murrayfield, but you've also got a couple of other pitches where other teams, part of the organisation in Scottish rugby, play as well. I think there are many, many things that Celtic should have done to push the club forward. I think they could have and should have improved the ground in terms of fan comfort. They definitely should have improved their media side of things. They should definitely have improved, I think Lennoxtown's a good facility. I think Barrowfield, the new academy, the new facility for the women's team and the academy teams, I think that's a really, really good step forward. So they have been reinvesting their money well in some areas, but I think the squad's not been. I don't think the squad's been progressed as well as it should do. Yes, I think one of the great things about Celtic, at least I've found one of the greatest things about Celtic for the last 50-something years, is the fact that Celtic felt like a family. It felt like there still was a link back to the early days of Celtic being a community club for the poor, unfortunate folk of Glasgow, trying to help people from the poorer side of Glasgow, immigrants to Glasgow, etc., etc. I think that's how the club was founded, and I think having a big Celtic family, and as I said right at the start or early on, the fact that Celtic was a much more inclusive football club than many other in Scotland. One of the first clubs in Scotland ever to have a player from the Indian subcontinent, the first club to have a Muslim player play for them. We had an African-American player play for us a long time ago. Celtic broke an awful lot of boundaries and a lot of they became the first to do various different things. Very, very all-inclusive club. Obviously, unlike Rangers, who had a non-Catholic signing policy for a long time, something that Celtic hadn't had. Yes, the seating, that there are plenty bits of plenty of bits of Celtic Park are not terribly good for seeing the game, particularly if you're stuck at the back of the stadium. You can often get stuck behind pillars and so on as well. I think there's an awful lot of areas of Celtic Park that aren't very good. Yes, that's a really interesting. It's a good point actually. And again, there are supposed to be certain rules and regulations regarding when you can announce the player's been signed. My understanding was that he's been in Glasgow all day Thursday for his medical and for negotiations, and that it would not be the least bit surprising that he's staying overnight in Glasgow, and tomorrow morning they'll do the various different interviews and official announcements and stuff. Oops. One of the first game that I saw of Celtic playing was I'm going to need to check the date for it. The first Celtic game I saw was on television, and that was when Celtic beat Hibs. So the first Celtic game I saw was back in 1972 rather, and that was when Celtic beat Hibs 6-1 in the Scottish Cup final. It was a game in which Dixie Dean scored a hat-trick, and he scored another hat-trick in a different cup final a couple of years later, where he scored 3 goals, and so did Joe Harper for Hibs in a 6-3 win for Celtic. So I've been supporting Celtic since 1972, when I was 4 going on 5. And I think the first game I saw Celtic play was a game between Celtic and Dunfermline at Dunfermline, which I think was the following season. Yep. So that was my first game, was the 6-1 win for Celtic over Hibs, which was 1972, and that was just a few months before my 5th birthday. And for my 5th birthday, I was given my first ever Celtic strip, shorts and white socks and a green and white stripe top. I got that for my birthday a couple of months after the Dixie Dean 6-1 cup final win. Yeah, so I think the overwhelming theme on the channel is that there are quite a lot of Celtic fans who've been Celtic fans through thick and thin since the 70s, and some of us been Celtic. Well, I wasn't a Celtic fan, I was only born in the late 60s, but there are a few of the channel who have been Celtic fans since the 60s, who actually were there and remember the Lisbon Lions game in '67. I was born 2 months after the Lisbon Lions cup win in 1967 in the May. I was born in the July of that year. Yeah, so fair enough. Yep. So Gordon Strachan took over Celtic 2005 after O'Neill decided to leave, mostly for family reasons. Strachan came in. He did a pretty good job as a Celtic manager. He got us into the last 16 of the Champions League. He was the manager when we beat Manchester United at Celtic Park with the Shunsuke Nakamura wonderful free kick. One of my all-time massive great Celtic memories, him putting Nakamura, curling that into the top left-hand corner of the goal. So my first Celtic match that I remember, I dare say I may have watched a few other games on television, but the first one I really remember was that 6-1 win. And at that point, my granny and granddad lived literally about 2 minutes walk from Hampden Park. So I had seen Celtic playing football in a friendly match or some form of reserve match, which would have been around that same time. I'm pretty sure that was a game in which Ken Dalglish was playing for Celtic reserve side or some kind of closed door friendly game. Very good. There are a few folk on the channel, Michael McCafferty being one, who's been with the channel for a long time too, but he's certainly been a Celtic fan back into the '60s as well. The guy who lives over in Johannesburg, Hugh Trodden's been a Celtic fan since the '60s as well. So some of us are lucky enough, not myself, but to have remembered the Lisbon Lions team. By the time I started supporting in '72, about half of the Lisbon Lions team had moved on to be replaced by the Hayes and Connolly's and Dalglish and Macari's and McGrain's and so on. So it was still a few of them, like Lennox was still in the side, McNeil was still in the side, but people like Jim Craig and Gemmell and Auld and so on had all moved on. Jimmy Johnson was still in the side, obviously, when I was first started supporting. Yes, unfortunately, I remember Aberdeen winning the league. Remember Rangers winning the league rather far too often through the 80s and 90s and so on. But there were plenty of seasons where Celtic were lagging behind not just Rangers, but lagging behind Aberdeen, lagging behind Dundee United, and Aberdeen obviously won a European competition. Dundee United got to the UEFA Cup final. There was a time where Scotland actually did have quite a number of teams that were strong and successful, both domestically and in Europe. And then through the late 90s, 2000s and onwards, there's pretty much only been two teams in Scotland. And then for the last 15 years, there's really been only one team in Scotland, apart from that one bad COVID season when Lennon left. Yes. So Celtic had far too many seasons in the 80s and 90s when we did have players like Stuart Slater, Carol Muggleton, Tony Cascarino, and lots of other journeyman players who were nowhere good enough to play for Celtic. We had a particular spell where we were very badly managed off the pitch, which had a knock-on effect on the pitch with the quality of players that we had. And over those years, as I said, Rangers were winning the title right, left, and centre. Dundee United never won the title, but they got close. Aberdeen won. Aberdeen won cups, and see, Aberdeen did get to win the Cup Winners' Cup as well. Oh dear. It feels like it's sometime, John Mulaney, that I wrote the Ten Commandments. I'm not quite that old. Great to have had you on, Burnsy boy. It'd be nice to have all your intelligent, interesting points of view put forward. So no, I don't remember. I don't remember Hibs winning that. My dad, who sadly has been gone for quite a number of years, but he was a massive fan of Hibs back in the 40s and 50s. He had the pleasure of seeing Hearts being Hibs being a massive, important, successful club in that time. Long time since Hibs had been a strong side in Scotland, but he had the benefit of being a Hibs fan. Well, that's a very nice thing for you to say, Dexter, or Mrs. Dexter, but I am 58 years old, so I'm born in July of 67, so it's very kind. I'm certainly hoping it's going to be an Albert Kidd end to the season rather than Scott McDonald end to the season. That was a pretty awful way to end the season. 1-0 up going into the last sort of 10 minutes or so, and then a lifelong Celtic fan whose whole family were Celtic fans, Scott McDonald, who of course almost straight after became a Celtic player and a very, very good Celtic player, scored 2 goals in the last 10 minutes or so of the Celtic Motherwell game, which cost us the title. Yep. Yep. As I say, John Reid, that certainly is what Anthony Joseph of Sky is saying. Other stories have said that I suppose actually Oxlade, I suppose you could actually do the medical down in London, in that some players Celtic have signed, the medical's been in London, not at Ross Hall in Glasgow. And again, you can negotiate contracts remotely and stuff as well. So I hadn't really thought of that. I'd honestly just assumed that he actually had physically been in Glasgow for the medical and for the contract negotiation. But obviously, you can do the negotiations by Skype or by video phone or whatever. And obviously, the medical can get done in any hospital. Now, there seems to be contrasting opinions as to whether Oxlade-Chamberlain would be available. Most of the stories I've read are saying that it would be too late for him to be part of the Europa League squad. Now, there is something about you can change the squad up until midnight the night before or something, but I wonder if that's more to deal with injuries, etc., rather than actually changing the whole squad. But certainly the rule is we can change 3 players from the current squad for the new squad. So my understanding is that the Oxlade-Chamberlain has been signed too late to be part of, too late to be part of the Europa League squad, in that there was a certain deadline to which that had to be the case. Obviously, with when we had the original squad for the Europa League, Kelechi Iheanacho came in the day after the window had shut, and he was signed in time for the deadline, which was the next day. So, I think probably Celtic have got to pick the existing squad plus the 5 loan signings we made in January. Yes, so certainly, apparently, Celtic and Stuttgart are in negotiations regarding the size of the away fan ticketing, etc. So that's an interesting point. When I first saw I was surprised that Oxlade-Chamberlain would decide to come and play for Celtic, and given the fact that reportedly, and again these are just unconfirmed reports, that he'd also had an offer from Leeds, who obviously are an English Premier League side, and one of the teams in the English Championship. I can't remember which one it was. So apparently, and obviously Arsenal were reportedly also considering giving him a short-term contract, which is where he's been training for the last 6 months or so, 5-6 months or so. So I was a bit surprised that he would choose to come to Scotland, having played his whole career in England, then 2 years in Turkey. However, it does appear that he was keen to come to Celtic. That Joe Hart, our ex-player, had been quite important at encouraging him to come and play for Celtic. I think obviously Joe Hart had a great 3 years at Celtic, and he still has really strong links to Celtic. And comes back on a really regular basis to watch games, both professionally and just as a fan on several occasions. But when I first saw that he was being linked, I thought the main reason that Celtic would be signing him, given the fact that he's not played professional football competitively since May last year, so that's 8 months out of the game, that he would be taking a couple of weeks to get himself fully fit, match fit, in training, and then he would be a factor, I thought, in terms of the fact that Celtic are going to be playing pretty much a game every 2 weeks from now till the end of the season, assuming that we stay in Europe and we stay in the Cup. Our game that was supposed to be last night against Aberdeen, that was postponed at the last minute, that's been rearranged for March. So a few days after we play Rangers at Ibrox, we're then going to be playing Aberdeen away, 8 o'clock midweek game. And I think that was pretty much one of the only midweeks that Celtic had free between now and the end of the season. So Celtic's has a really big fixture pile up, which of course isn't the case for Hearts, because they're out of all the other competitions apart from the Scottish Premiership. Rangers obviously are still in the Cup and they're in the league, but they got knocked out of Europe. So I always thought that Oxlade-Chamberlain, given the fact it'll take him a couple of weeks to get match fit, was more of a player that Celtic would be using for coming off the bench on a regular basis and being a rest and rotation starter to give Hatate, Engels, McGregor, Negrin, etc. A game or two off. So being on the bench to come on, often when we bring on Hatate or Bernardo or McCowan at the moment, but also being there maybe as a player to take some of the pressure off McGregor having to play week in, week out, week in, week out. I think part of his time out of football was that his career in Turkey was ended. He should have played an extra 3 or 4 weeks for Besiktas, but he got a knee injury right at the end of his playing time in Besiktas. Then his contract got curtailed 1 season early. But it's perfectly possible there could have been something regarding he had to take 6 months out of the game to get a certain payment from Besiktas and paying off the contract. That obviously was a part of the problem with Çavan Çara, who went on loan from Borussia Mönchengladbach to our Turkish club. Apparently, his payments from the Turkish club were very, very late and delayed and argued about, and Borussia Mönchengladbach didn't pay him, and the Turkish people didn't pay him. I think John Mulvaney. I think we do have the team. I do think we do have the team to take on and beat Stuttgart over 2 legs. I would say that we went obviously to Bologna, drew 2-2, a game in which we played with 10 men for 60 odd minutes of the game. I have a strong feeling that had we stayed with 11 against 11 in that game, that we would have defended well enough to have won that game. Either way, a draw in Bologna was a great result. We beat Feyenoord 3-1 away from home. We beat Utrecht at Celtic Park. We beat Sturm Graz at home. We had some really good away fixtures. We got beaten by Braga. That was a disappointment. We got beaten by Roma. That was a disappointment. We got thumped by Michelin. That was a big problem. But I do think that the team that Celtic have got at the moment, with the management style of O'Neill, his experience of managing in Europe when the competitions were 2-legged ties, i.e. you had a home leg and you had an away leg. For most years in modern times, it's been Champions League, which has been very much a league structure. Admittedly, you are playing home and away, but it's not the same sort of 2-legged tie type of thing where you play one team 1 week and then you play the same team a week or 2 weeks later. So I do think O'Neill's got much more of an ability to manage a 2-legged tie than most modern day managers. And for that reason, I do think Celtic have got the players, assuming that we keep everyone fit, assuming that players like Mvuka and Junior Adamu can adapt and fit into the club. I think Oxlade-Chamberlain probably won't be part of the Europa League squad anyway. Hopefully Çavan Çara, hopefully Arojo are part of the squad. I think a 5-0 win over Stuttgart is ambitious, but we did beat RB Leipzig last season, so they're roughly the same kind of quality. So I think if we can draw with Atalanta, we can draw with Bologna in away games, if we can beat people like Utrecht and Red Bull Leipzig, if we can go and beat Feyenoord away from home, I do think that Celtic have got the capacity to beat Stuttgart over a 2-legged tie. I do think it's very, very important with Celtic playing the first leg at Celtic Park against Stuttgart that we get a lead for definite, and ideally a couple of goals of a lead. Obviously, it's a disadvantage doing your second leg away from home, but last season against Bayern Munich, we nearly pulled off a bit of a shock result by going to Bayern and beating them. That game obviously was an added time equaliser for Bayern that knocked us out. So I do think Celtic playing at their best, and with the current squad, even if we haven't got a fully fit Alistair Johnston back, we hopefully should have Kelechi Iheanacho back available as to be the backup left back. I'm pretty sure I've seen Marcello Sirachi. I'm pretty sure I've seen Marcello Sirachi the last couple of times in the training footage. So it does look like he might be in line for either playing or on the bench for the Dundee match on Saturday. So I think the more good quality players that we have available, the better. So if we do have a couple of different options at right back, so for me that would be Rojo and Donovan, having Ralston as the third choice, but then we would also have Tierney and Sirachi on the other side, having a couple of extra options in midfield, having a couple of extra options in the wide positions, such as Mvuka, Chinyeki, to back up Yang and Maeda and so on. And I think also having maybe three players in Chavanchara, Adamu and Iheanacho as good, experienced strikers who you can rely on to score goals. I think the problem is that Johnny Kenny wasn't ready. I think Brendan Rodgers made a bit of I don't think his assessment of Johnny Kenny's readiness was quite right. In that Celtic had the option in January of 2025, having got him back from loan from his second spell in the Irish League, they had the option for sending him off either to an English Championship side or to a Scottish Premier League side to continue his education, except Rodgers decided to keep him at Celtic from January through to May of last season, and then decided to keep him at Celtic from this summer onwards. I don't think Johnny Kenny was ready to step up to play for Celtic. And apart from a few good games in Martin O'Neill's first spell as caretaker manager, Johnny Kenny's performances for Celtic have been rather poor. So I do think probably, in retrospect, we made a bit of we, as in the whole Celtic family, Rodgers, the scouting people, the recruitment people, should have been looking to, which I think possibly that was the reason that Rodgers, in the end, sanctioned Ida leaving, was he thought that Kenny was good enough to step up to be the Ida role. However, it's all just speculation. Nothing's ever said in black and white. Yes, so Paul Maguire, I do think a 2-goal lead at from in the first leg to take to Stuttgart, I think we would be very, very confident about winning, about not losing the second leg. I think Celtic got the capacity to go to Stuttgart with a 1 or 2 goal lead and get a draw over there, because I think Celtic actually, when they put their mind to it, can defend really well. Against Feyenoord, I think we organised ourselves very well defensively, and we got our goals quite often on the break. The Feyenoord match was actually a game in which Feyenoord had more chances, more shots than Celtic did. It's just Celtic in that particular game were efficient putting them away. Yes, I think Johnny Kenny, like Callum Osmond, is a young, raw, inexperienced player who's got a lot of talent and a lot of ability. I personally always thought that Callum Osmond was a better bet than Johnny Kenny, but Johnny Kenny scored a good goal against Rangers. Callum Osman scored a good goal against Rangers. I'm not saying Johnny Kenny is without talent. What I'm kind of saying, I think, is that Johnny Kenny very quickly, with Adam Eder being allowed to go for whatever reason in August, suddenly he was bumped up the order. The fact that Celtic didn't get a proper good quality striker in the August window, we only got Kelechi Iheanacho, who, much the same way as it's going to be with Oxlade-Chamberlain, took about a month to really get himself into match fitness, and then of course he got himself injured, and then Shinya Maeda never seemed to get a proper look in under Rodgers or O'Neill or Nancy, and then Osman of course got injured, so suddenly Johnny Kenny was our only real available striker apart from Daizen Maeda. Yes, that's a very good analogy, Sligo boy. Johnny Kenny is quite similar to Mikey Johnston. Mikey Johnston had some pretty good games for Celtic. He had some pretty rubbish games for Celtic. I can't remember how many years it was between his last two goals for Celtic, but it was something like he took 3 years between his goal against Ross County and then the next time he scored for Celtic was something like 2 years later or 3 years later, and that was in the Boxing Day match that we won 3-0 at Dundee. So he was like 2 years or something, having played for Celtic on a quite regular basis, and he hadn't scored for Celtic in 2 years between the Ross County match and between that Boxing Day 3-0 win. So Johnny Kenny, I think, is a good, talented player. I just don't think he was good enough to be Celtic's number one striker, which is the way that it ended up being for a part of the time under Martin O'Neill and under Wolford Nancy. We had Johnny Kenny, Kelechi Iheanacho played 30 minutes under Wolford Nancy due to the fact they got injured in the St Mirren match. I think possibly had Kelechi Iheanacho been the regular number one striker rather than Johnny Kenny, had Daizen Maeda played as a striker like he did last season, this season, I think things could be very, very different now. But none of those things have happened. Osman got injured. Iheanacho's got himself injured twice. We didn't sign anybody good enough in the transfer window to be a real number one striker. There's lots of different factors. I think Johnny Kenny was a talented young backup who should have been a talented young backup and learning his trade for another year or two. Yep, Henrik Larsson obviously is most people's favourite. My all-time hero for Celtic was Kenny Dalglish. As I say, I've been supporting Celtic since '72. That was really when Dalglish really properly got himself into the side. So quite often, when I was watching Celtic at the start, it was Dalglish was up front, Paul Wilson, Dixie Deans, Harry Hood, and then a wee bit later on, some really other great Celtic favourites. People like Gary Hooper, Pierre Van Hooijdonk, Georgie Cadetti. Big fan of Lee Griffiths as a goal scorer. Bit of a scallywag, etc. off the pitch. Big fan of Mark Viduka's, liked Brian McClair, pretty incredible goal scoring record that Brian McClair had as well for Celtic. But for me, Kenny Dalglish was my number one hero when I was just starting to be a Celtic fan. He kind of was becoming Celtic's star player, became Scotland's star player. He was Celtic captain for a few years just before he left off for Liverpool. But big fan of Pierre Van Hooijdonk, Georgie Cadetti, Jan Vennegoor of Hesselink, another player I was a fan of. Really, really loved Lubomir Moravcik. Really, really loved Shinsuke Nakamura. Not they weren't really strikers as such, but Moravcik, one of the most magical players I've ever seen playing for Celtic. Shinsuke Nakamura, in some ways a wee bit like Benjamin Nygren in that he doesn't do an awful lot in the game, and then suddenly he comes up with a goal, a free kick, a brilliant pass, a brilliant assist for a teammate. I did get rather annoyed. I did get rather annoyed by Chris Sutton's comment that Benjamin Nygren was a failure and that all he'd done for Celtic was score goals. He doesn't contribute enough to the team. Well, it's a bit like saying, Henrik Larsson was a disappointment because he only scored 30, 40, 50 goals a season for Celtic and didn't do enough in the midfield to help out. He didn't set up enough goals for other people. Well, people like Gary Hooper, Lee Griffiths, many other players, they're in the team to score goals. And if they're scoring goals, they're doing their job. Well, admittedly, Nygren probably should be doing a wee bit more. Yep. See, this is a great example of the sort of players that Celtic were signing when things weren't so well organised at Celtic. We had people like Ian Wright come to us, and Carlton Cole, and several other players. Freddie Lundberg, another player who was the end of his career. We had so many players. Andy Payton, Stuart Slater, Cascarino. We had so many players that really should never have been anywhere near Celtic. Yeah, Tommy Burns, Johnny Doyle, both players, unfortunately, who had rather unfortunate ends. Tommy Burns obviously died as a young man of cancer. Johnny Doyle, I think, died of being electrocuted in an accident. Yeah. Paul Wilson was a real favourite of mine when I was a young 5, 6, 7-year-old Celtic fan. He seemed a very exciting player. Seemed to really enjoy playing football. Apparently, had actually quite a lot of difficulties off the pitch. Jimmy McGrory. And absolutely, his scoring record. Absolutely incredible for the number of games he played as a professional. Absolutely, nearly a goal a game over a whole career, and yet he hardly ever played for the Scotland international side. Yes, Paul McGuire, a really good point of view. Moravcik came to Celtic for next to nothing. We'd signed Henrik Larsson for £650,000 from Feyenoord, and that was at a time where Celtic were signing players for 2 million, 3 million, etc. So it's not as if the Larsson 650,000 signing was at a time where 650,000 was a particularly large fee. We'd already signed several players for 1 million, 2 million pounds by the time we got Larsson for 650,000. No. So the answer to that question is no. I didn't. I didn't go to that game. To be thoroughly honest, I've not actually been to as many live games over the years as I wanted to, partly due to family reasons, work reasons, all kinds of different things. But so much more of my games have been watched on television rather than watching them at Celtic Park or watching them away from home. Yes, that's a really good point of view. It was an article that came up on my news stream thing, and I was going to read it, but I had a couple of other things to do this evening, and so never quite got around to it. But it is one of the ones which is on my list for tomorrow. Again, I didn't watch the Rangers Kilmarnock highlights of yesterday's match, but I did see a little thing on YouTube contrasting the Austin Trusty red card against Hearts with a probable red card that Tavernier got away with against a Kilmarnock player. It was, in essence, exactly the same situation for Trusty on Camboro, what his name is, the Hearts centre forward, as it was with Tavernier and the Kilmarnock striker, in that the striker was through one-on-one with the goalkeeper, and Tavernier seemed to pull him back by the shoulder. But even the fact he was on a yellow card, he escaped any form of punishment. It seemed really ridiculous. Yes, it's something that I've certainly noticed throughout the season is that Hearts have had more than their fair share of VAR decisions and refereeing decisions go their way. When they beat Rangers, Rangers had a goal probably disallowed wrongly in terms of the laws of football. Hearts got a couple of benefit of the doubt decisions in terms of a penalty, and the lead up to one of the goals should really have been pulled back as a handball. They had that goal, the goal against St Mirren that was disallowed for St Mirren in the game that Hearts ended up coming back to draw. But then if had that goal gone in, St Mirren would have been 3-1 up or something. Hearts have had a lot of decisions go their way with VAR and with referees over the season. In general terms, VAR decisions and refereeing decisions tend to balance out over the season. I think if we were to look at things dispassionately, there have been a few VAR decisions which have gone in our favour. Probably more than the fair share have gone against us. There's an argument to say that maybe Trusty flicking out at Butland in the Rangers Celtic semi-final, maybe on another day that could have been called a red card. There was the disallowed goal, Liam Scales' own goal against St Mirren, when it was 0-0. On another day, that might have been given as a goal and not disallowed. So we have had a few decisions go our way with VAR. Probably the balance have gone against us with VAR, with referees. There have been a couple of decisions which Willie Collum on his monthly review have said, oh no, Celtic should have got that, or Celtic shouldn't have got that, etc. So I think it balances out over a season, although so far it hasn't. The benefit of the doubt, the benefit of dodgy decisions has very much gone in Hearts' favour and very much gone in Rangers' favour. It'd be quite interesting had games been replayed because of certain decisions, primarily 3 or 4 that John Beaton's made on VAR or as the referee on the pitch, which have seemed to favour. I don't know. I think if we're being thoroughly dispassionate, in general terms, we feel that more decisions go against Celtic than probably is the case. But I think there have been a few decisions this season which Celtic have been given the benefit of the doubt, or things have gone Celtic's way. But for me, on balance, more have gone against us than should have been the case. I think the Austin Trusty one was one which I think the referee on the pitch got the decision right in the first place. It wasn't a clear and obvious error. It was a subjective opinion rather than an objective opinion. Same way that who were Hearts playing when it was Dundee United, where they got a penalty kick, and I thought that's not in the box, but VAR overruled it and said it was in the box, and they got a penalty kick. The red card the Dundee United player got in that game for being over the top of the ball, I thought there's a lot of decisions have been very subjective rather than very objective, and a lot of those have gone Rangers' way and Hearts' way this season. I think probably more decisions have gone against us than should have gone against us over the season, even with our green tinted glasses on. I think there was, I think there was a degree of that. I think, and people kept on going on about the fact that the Hearts centre forward was so fast. Well, the Hearts centre forward didn't actually have the pace to outrun Austin Trusty at any other point in the game. I think Trusty did slightly pull him back by the shoulder, but I think the guy realised that there had been contact, that he wasn't going to get the ball, which is why he threw himself to the ground. I think had it been given as a yellow card, that'd be more than enough. But I think all the and the Celtic did have two players triangulating onto where that ball was, who probably would have got there just as quick or just after the Hearts player got there. So it was a possible goal rather than an obvious goal, which is kind of what the Sky Sports referee Dermot Gallagher went down. Said was it's a possible goal rather than an obvious goal scoring opportunity. Whilst if one's looking at the Tavernier decision last night, if Tavernier doesn't pull that player down, it's a one-on-one between the attacker, who's about 30 yards out, with only the goalkeeper to beat. Or we think back to the Maeda one in the win against Aberdeen under Wolford Nancy. The Aberdeen player was the last man. There was nobody else between Maeda and the goal apart from the goalkeeper, who actually had come off his line already to make a really bad pass. So, yes. Yeah, it's a really good point, Kev. 166. I do agree. It's probably time to move on. I think all Woodley was responding to was that there is this article that's kind of trying to look at the benefit of the doubt for VAR and refereeing decisions. And what I was trying to say a wee bit earlier on is that in general terms over the season, things do even out. And I do honestly think if we looked at things in the cold light of day, probably over the course of the season, things do even out. I don't think things have evened out so far, but probably there are going to be decisions that go in our favour. There have been more that have gone against us recently than probably should have been statistically. One of the other things, of course, is the fact that Celtic, because we tend to be on the front foot and attacking all the time, that's part of the reason why Celtic tend to have more penalty kicks, more goals scored, and less red cards, is because we tend to be the team that's attacking far more, which tends to mean that a lot of the situations are in Celtic's favour. I'll bow to your superior knowledge, strange love the doctor. Again, maybe I'm just too optimistic, too cloud in the eye, too high. My opinion is just too perfectionistic. That maybe I tend to see only fluffy clouds and so on. Not really making much sense there. That's a really good point. And it was actually something I was going to come to talking about, was what people thought Celtic's lineup was going to be against Dundee. I would be very surprised if Arthur started the game against Dundee. This was my own personal. Oops. This was going to be this is what I would personally, if I was Martin O'Neill and Sean Maloney, this is the team that I would pick for the game against Dundee on Saturday evening. So I'd go with Sinisalo in goals, simply to take a wee bit of the pressure off of Kasper Schmeichel. I would have the set strong back four of a Rojo, Trusty, Scales, and Tierney. I would give McGregor a rest as the starter. Put Paulo Bernardo in with Engels, Nygren on the centre. Mvuka out on the right, Chinyeki out on the left, and Chavanchara as the centre forward, with people like Arthur, Sarachi, McGregor, Maeda, Hatate, and Adamu on the bench. I think if the game was going really well against Dundee on Saturday, I would get Adamu on nice and early. I would get Sarachi on nice and early. I would get Arthur in nice and early, and I would keep McGregor and Maeda completely unused on the bench, keep them fit and fresh for bigger, more important games later in the season. So that's what I would personally go with: a mixture of regular starters, but trying to keep a lot of the defensive solidity that Celtic's had under Martin O'Neill, and using a few of the players who are needing game time, people like Chavanchara, Mvuka, Chinyeki. However, this is the team I think O'Neill and Maloney are going to go for instead. So this is the team I wouldn't personally go for this team, but I think this is what O'Neill's going to go for. Schmeichel in goals, Arojo, Trusty, Scales, Tierney, with McGregor as always playing Engels, Nygren, Yang out on the right, Maeda out on the left, and Chavanchara. I think players like Maeda and Yang and McGregor all probably do need a rest. Yang apparently in the game against was it Falkirk came off just after half time. Apparently he was feeling tired and not well at half time, struggling to complete the game. So they brought on James Forrest. So that's a bit concerning that Yang was struggling for fitness. Not sure what Maeda's what is up with Maeda, be it physical, be it mental, be it a bit of both. I do think McGregor needs a rest. I think he's been playing far too much. Yes, Ryu Kent 720. I think Julian Arojo is a really good player. I think he's got a lot of all the best bits that Alistair Johnston brings to the team: attacking ability, passing, crossing. Hasn't shown the finishing ability that Alistair Johnston often shows. Does seem like a player who's got a wee bit of menace and aggression about him. It was him who was getting stuck into the Hearts players when there was a lot of pushing and shoving in the Hearts Celtic game that ended up 2-2. It was quite often him who was standing up for his teammates, getting involved when Engels was pushed into the crowd, when there were one or two rather nasty challenges and late challenges here, there and everywhere. So I think Arojo has been a massive success for Celtic. He's played, for me, every game he's played for Celtic, he's been a 7 out of 10 or better. I've been really impressed with the two games of Thomas Chavanchara, given the fact that he hadn't played an awful lot of first-team football just before he came to Celtic. He'd had a bit of a disappointing end to his time in Turkey. Hadn't got back into the Borussia Mönchengladbach team. He was a wee bit lacking. He was a wee bit lacking full match practice. One of the good things about both Joel Mvuka and Junior Adamu was they had been actually involved with the teams that they'd come from right up until the time they came to Celtic. Mvuka had been on the bench at the weekend before he signed for Celtic. Junior Adamu had been part of the Freiburg squad and team for their Europa League games. So both of them actually have been playing on a really regular basis. So unlike Alex Oxlade Chamberlain, who hasn't played a professional game since May of 2025, so that's now 8 months, at least Adamu and Mvuka are coming straight into the squad, having played on a regular basis, been on the bench and coming on as a sub, or being part of the Europa League team with Adamu's case. Yes, Thomas Chavanchana, I think he's got quite a lot of the good points that Sutton had. He's a wee bit more mobile, obviously, than Chris Sutton did. He's got the degree of the sort of tall striker like Pierre Van Hooijdonk, who was about the same kind of height. Adam Maeda actually was a player with quite a lot of pace, etc. as well. So I do think actually Chavanchana is kind of the best of both worlds. He's got the height and the physique to be a target man, but he's also got the pace and the ability to drive at defences and the ball control to run at defences, as he showed against Hearts when he set up the second Celtic goal. Obviously against Falkirk, he had a nice head flick goal, more of a traditional centre forward type of goal. Yes. If Celtic play at their best, they can certainly beat Dundee 3-4-5-0. We have to remember that we did lose to Dundee 2-0 at the very end of the Rodgers time as Celtic manager. We then struggled to beat them 1-0 in Martin Neal's time as Celtic manager. So Dundee actually has given us trouble, beat us once and nearly got a draw out of us the other time. So Dundee aren't a pushover, but if Celtic play as well as they can do, we should be beating them on Saturday. One factor though on Saturday, as I say, could be the fact that the Celtic fan collective groups are organising a boycott of the game. I think a very quiet, dead Celtic Park might well bring Dundee back into the game. I think one of the great advantages of Celtic Park is the fact that it's an intimidating place to play if you're an away player with a big Celtic crowd there. Yes, Dundee currently 10th on the table. Celtic obviously currently 3rd on the table. Potentially Celtic could have been 2nd in the table had last night's game gone ahead. Yep. So I do feel that the bigger the crowd, the noisier the crowd, the better. I do think the fact that Celtic Football Club is freezing out the fan media groups I think is a counterproductive thing. I can very much see where you're coming from. I think 25 million for Aaron Engels was a good price, and whatever the price was for Chiniecky, be it 10, 12 or 15. I didn't see 15. I saw 10 and 12, but there may well have been some people who were willing to pay that much. I think in essence those are both good deals. However, my personal opinion, and this is just my personal opinion, other people might disagree with me. If Celtic had sold Engels and sold Chiniecky in this transfer window, particularly given the fact that there was no way we were going to be able to replace Arnie Engels, given the fact that Notts Forest bids came in on the very last day of the transfer window, by which time Celtic really wouldn't have been able to have recruited a good quality central midfielder, given the fact that a lot of the ones we'd explored in the transfer window, the other team had said there's no way we're going to sell our player because we're still trying to win the Norwegian Championship, the Danish Championship. We're still in European competitions. We're not going to sell our player. no matter how much you offer us, we're not taking the money. Much like that's what Motherwell said. They said they weren't going to sell Masenwizi to anybody. They turned down supposedly £4 million for Masenwizi from Anderlecht. Whether Celtic did or didn't bid for him, I don't know. But there's strong stories saying that Anderlecht offered £4 million for Masenwizi a day or two before the end of the transfer window. So plenty of teams who have still got ambitions for titles and cups and European qualification turned down big bids. So I think personally, had Celtic taken £40 million for selling those two players, they probably, Nicholson and the board would have been condemned for having sold the money and put the money ahead of the team. I think keeping those two players for the rest of the season is a very good move. Engels has been a pretty good player. Chinecki's been a wee bit in and out. I think Celtic having more good quality players in the squad, the better, particularly when we're still in the Cup, we're still in the League, we're still in Europa League. So we've got more games than any other Scottish team between now and the end of the season. So I think the bigger the squad we can have, the more quality we've got in the squad, the better. And I've got my own personal opinion is, had we taken the money and sold those two players, we wouldn't have had the time definitely to replace Engels. It's questionable with having signed Mvuka and retaining Yang, whether we could have replaced Chuniecki with what we had already within the squad. As I said, I think having two or three options on right wing and two or three options on the left wing, without much of a drop off between first choice and second choice, the better. So I think whatever Michael Nicholson and Mackay and the board decided to do, people would criticise them. It's certainly not something that Sean Dyche and Nottingham Forest were very, very keen to sign Arnie Engels, which is why they ended up offering 25 millions. My personal feeling is, much like it was with Nicholas Kuhn last winter window, Matt O'Reilly the previous winter window, I think Celtic will be selling Maeda and Engels, maybe selling Chiniecki in the summer. I think the money for Engels will be there again this summer, unless he gets a major catastrophic injury. Just like I'm pretty sure that Celtic turned down 20 million or so for Maeda last summer, I think that money will still be on the table for him for him this summer coming. Someone was saying a wee bit earlier on that we should probably cash in on Rio Hatate. I think if we were going to cash in on Rio Hatate, it's got to be this summer rather than delaying it any longer. I think probably this summer we could get 10 million or so for Hatate, 8, 9, 10 million for Hatate. I think probably after that. Well, it's a point of view. I personally think Celtic made the right decision by turning down the money, turning down the money for Engels, turning down the money for Chinecki, keeping them in the squad, and then we can look at that again. Remembering in the summer window, you've got June, July, and August to recruit players, scout players, negotiate contracts, negotiate transfer deals. Tends to be a lot easier in the summer to get players in because other teams have got more and more time to replace the players. So I think the money's going to be there for Chinecki, the money's going to be there for Engels this summer. My personal feeling is that probably with Oxlade-Chamberlain, assuming that he gets good fitness, is that he probably would be a player who will alternate dropping back to allow McGregor to go forward, um, and at times being the one that actually goes forward. Um, I think one of the difficulties with Rio Hatate under Rodgers, Nancy, and O'Neill this season is that um, he's kind of been in all over the place. So, and particularly in the Wolford Nancy times, Celtic didn't really have that midfield cohesion, which is one of the keys to the way that Nancy wanted to play the game, was the fact that he wanted midfielders getting forward to support the attack, but also midfielders dropping back to support the defence. So key players in the Nancy system, particularly, were McGregor and Engels, because they were supposed to be the two midfielders who would drop back to make a back five and push forward to make a front 6 or 7. And I think it kind of proved that McGregor and Engels and Hatate and Bernardo and McCowan didn't really have the energy levels and the endurance levels to play the Nancy system. So I do think that probably Oxlade-Chamberlain will probably more often than not be the slightly more advanced role, kind of the way that the Engels is playing it. I think another alternative that Celtic could go to doing, which might be a better option, is giving McGregor a few games off here and there, dropping Engels into the deeper role and putting Oxlade-Chamberlain into more what Engels does at the moment, which is being the sort of the more box-to-box player. But whatever the way that Oxlade-Chamberlain was being used, I think it gives Celtic lots of different other options. In that, as we showed in the wee graphic earlier on, he has got the ability to play central midfield, attacking midfield, defensive midfield, right midfield, left midfield, right wing, left wing, etc. So I think he actually does give Celtic so many options. He doesn't actually have too much of a drop off. It's a wee bit similar, actually, in some ways to when we signed Jeffrey Schlupp on loan for the second half of last season, in that Schlupp actually could quite comfortably play, obviously, as a conventional left back. He could play left wing back. He a few times played as a wider left player. A few times he played as more of a central midfielder. I think that's one of the benefits of Oxlade-Chamberlain, is the fact that he has played lots and lots of different roles, and he's played a lot of variations of a standard midfielder role. Certainly, Paulo Bernardo's career has kind of got stuck. He seemed to be getting a lot more game time when he was with Celtic on loan. We then signed him for about £4 million a couple of summers ago, and then since that time, partly due to injuries, he just doesn't seem to have moved his career further and further forward. Again, I think part of that is that under Rodgers, O'Neill, and Nancy, McGregor has been the number one starter in every single game. Rarely does Paulo Bernardo get a chance to start a game. When he is starting a game, he's often taking over the Hatate role, the Engels role. I have to say, unfortunately, Michael Ross, I think you're over optimistic if Anthony Ralston's ever going to be worth 24 million. Being a player playing in Scotland, I think if Anthony Ralston was a player playing for, let's say, Bournemouth or Brentford or even one of the English Championship clubs, he would be going for a lot of money. But given the fact he's playing for Celtic, would mean that if he got a couple of million for selling Anthony Ralston to anybody, that would be really good business. Yeah, I think the thing was that Celtic thought, we get in Nancy in November, December. He's got the benefit of the January transfer window to really, really reorganize his squad into the image that he wanted. My thought is what the board and the executive thought was going to happen was that Nancy was just going to continue things as they had been under the O'Neill and Rodgers system through the whole of December and January, and then in the January transfer window, bring in 4 or 5 players who fitted his system better, and then transitioning gradually in training and on the pitch to the Nancy ball 3-4-3, 3-4-2-1 formation with 5 or 6 people defending and 7, 8 people on the attack. Watching his games in Major League Soccer, watching other teams who do play a 3-4-3 and play it effectively, it's a really, really good way of playing football, because you do have 5, 6 defenders on a regular basis, and you do have 7 or 8 in the opposition half, and you have a big bank of players to stop the opposition getting out of their own half. So the theory of it works really, really well. But I don't honestly think, I'm not sure about arrogance. I think he had self-confidence, but then I would personally like the manager to be confident rather than seeming all timid and unsure of himself. So I think he was trying to portray that he was confident and sure of himself. I don't think he was arrogant. I think he was just trying to show that he was confident in himself and confident in his tactics and his formations. And I would, however, say that probably he was inexperienced in terms of managing in European football. Obviously, he played in European football as a young French player. He then moved to Canada in his mid-20s. He's got a long career as a coach, but only 4 years as the actual manager. However, having said that, Jock Stein had only been a manager for 5 years when Celtic appointed him, and then obviously that led to tremendous success. So you don't have to have a lot of years as a manager to be a superstar manager. Jock Stein has 5 years of management before he became Celtic's manager. Not saying that Wolford Nancy is anywhere near as good as Jock Stein. What I would say, I'm not sure about arrogance, but he certainly was inexperienced. And I think he tried to make too many changes all at once. It didn't seem to get the players to go with him. And I think possibly one of the key things was he didn't get some of the experienced leader players like McGregor and Scales to go with him. I think those were 2 players in particular who didn't really buy into his system. I think some of the other players, Trusty, Tierney, Negrin, liked his system better. Yang, obviously, Yang almost got changed overnight with the Nancy way of playing. Yes, I personally think that as well. That probably, had he had the benefit of a full transfer window in the summer, 3 months of pre-season, much like what Derek McInnes had at Hearts, much like the Motherwell manager has had at Motherwell, with a full pre-season transfer window solely for... Well, that may well be true. It may not be true. Whether he listened to people or didn't listen to people, whether people actually piped up and spoke to him. As I said, one of the disappointments for me was the fact that Cal McGregor didn't speak on camera for the whole duration of Wolford Nancy being the manager. Cal McGregor had been very, very happy to defend Brendan Rodgers when things weren't going very well for Brendan Rodgers in his last couple of months. I don't know. We don't know whether he did listen to the players. It did sound like, from what he said, that Celtic had a major debriefing where all the players and the coaching staff talked through the match, watched the videos of the game, highlighted different bits of the last game that had gone well or not gone well, to try and demonstrate how to move forward. So it does sound, if you believe what he said and what other people have said, that the way that Celtic did their debriefing the day after the game was that there was a full, frank discussion amongst the players, the coaches, and Nancy about what went right and what went wrong and how to make things better, etc. But the Nancy days are gone. The Nancy days are gone, and Celtic needs to keep on moving forward. And I think that under Martin O'Neill and Sean Maloney, etc., to the end of the season, I think we've got stability. I think we've got a system that works. We've got a system that the players like. We play pretty decent attacking football under O'Neill. What we also seem to do is we seem to find a way to win games that otherwise we might have lost. There's an argument to say we could easily have lost 3 or 4 games under Martin O'Neill, which we ended up winning. We didn't have the best of games against Falkirk. We managed to beat them. We had a dodgy time against St Mirren, but we won that game 1-0. We had a dodgy time against Dundee. We won that game 1-0. We had a dodgy time against Hibs for about half that game, but we ended up winning that game 2-1. Yes, Pat McLaughlin, I fully agree that the Nancy system required a proper pre-season. And to be fair to him, at Montreal, when he transitioned from the Thierry Henry way of playing to his way of playing, and then when he went to Columbus Crew, he did have a full pre-season to shape the squad, train the squad, adapt everything, and talk things over. Yes, Tone 70, I think that's entirely correct. I think his system would have worked. I think actually Celtic had a lot of players who would have done very, very well in his system. But I think it required a few weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, whatever it was, to get it to really sort of fall into place. And I think part of where also Celtic let themselves down was I don't think the players were fit enough or had the endurance to play the Nancy way of playing. As I said, one of the most illuminating interviews was Liam Scales, who was talking about the League Cup's final against St Mirren, finding about 70 minutes 75 he was exhausted. And that shouldn't really be the case, that a player can't play for 90 minutes in terms of their energy levels and so on. See, the whole point about the Nancy system is it wasn't supposed to be just 3 at the back. What was supposed to happen was you would have, if, for the sake of example, Ralston went up on the right-hand side or Tierney or Scales went up on the left-hand side, what was supposed to happen is players like Yang, Chinyeki, McGregor, Engels were supposed to drop back if the other team were going to be counter-attacking. But also what was supposed to happen is if Tierney, Ralston went up the pitch, you were supposed to be penning the other team into their half, which actually worked on a lot of the time against Dundee United, against Aberdeen, against Rangers, against Hearts. For half a game, we did pen the other team in the opposition half. It took 27 minutes for Hearts to get out of their half. In the first game of Nancy's era, 27 minutes Hearts were penned in their own half because Celtic were pressurising them, hassling them, rushing them for their passes, forcing Hearts to kick the ball down the pitch. It took 27 minutes for Hearts to get into that game. Then, with their first proper attack of the game, they got a goal. Celtic had about 6 or 7 attacks by that point. We had Dyson Maeda missed practically an open goal. He missed another super chance. We had 3 or 4 shots by Negrin and Chinecki and so on that could have were blocked away or knocked away by defenders and stuff. Anyway. I think if one watches how a 3-4-3 is properly played with the players that fit that system, it's a really good system. But I completely agree that Chinecki in particular didn't have the ability to get back and defend. It sounded like that McGregor and Scales didn't have the ability to play the role properly in both halves of the pitch, that they struggled to get back to form the back five like they were supposed to. And far too often Celtic got themselves caught far too far up the pitch, such as the goal that Celtic conceded against Aberdeen on the break, where Celtic overcommitted themselves. So I think Celtic needed to learn the system far better. And also some of the players like Scales, like McGregor, like Chinecki, and McCown for that matter, needed to be able to have the fitness and endurance to play 90 minutes, getting up and down the pitch, and also choosing when they were to go forward and when they were to stay back, or when they were to drop back if Tierney or Scales or Ralston went up the other end. Completely agree that he brought in his changes too quickly. Really good point. The system that Ajax used in the early 70s was this total football of having their defensive players able to attack, their midfield players able to defend, their attacking players able to drop into midfield to help out in midfield. It was total football. It was players playing 2 or 3 different roles. And that's what Nancy was trying to do at Celtic. It felt like Celtic's players many of Celtic players couldn't have adapted. And actually, when it's played properly, it isn't particularly high danger football. If it's played properly, it's more risky because a lot of your fast passing, fast moving the ball forward does require good, accurate passing, quick thinking, quick movements, and your players making 3 or 4 good runs. So there's more than just one person to pass to. Too often under Brendan Rodgers, Celtic got very, very stagnated and there was nobody to pass to because nobody was making good runs. The system that Nancy wanted to bring in would mean that 4 or 5 players are available for the pass. And then you've got to pass to that person quickly because otherwise they'll get closed down. And also you've got to make the right pass. Well, it's a great. I don't know how Evan Ferguson knows what the Celtic players did or didn't do. I guess he maybe spoke to Johnny Kenny and Liam Scales, his 2 mates from the Ireland squad. However, Evan Ferguson's playing for Roma. Roma play a 3-4-3. And their players knew how to play the 3-4-3 better than the Celtic players. But Roma actually moved the ball quickly, but they defended in numbers and they attacked in numbers. They kept Celtic pressed in Celtic's half. For the whole of the first half, Roma kept Celtic penned into their own half and stopped Celtic getting into the game, by which time they were 3-0 up. So actually, Roma showed us how a 3-4-3 should be played by players who know how to play a 3-4-3. And Roma's actually been playing the 3-4-3 for quite a few seasons and being successful. And these people are professional footballers. they should be able to pick up a 3-4-3 system. They should be able to buy into how to play football in a different way. After all, when Kieran Tierney and McGregor and Ralston all went off to play for Stevie Clarke's international team, they weren't playing the Celtic 4-3-3. When the Irish players went off to play for their manager, they weren't playing the Celtic 4-3-3. Liam Scales has played about 4 or 5 different positions for Ireland in his career there. Obviously, Dyson Maeda plays in a certain way for Celtic, but he's played about 3 or 4 different roles for the Japanese team. He's had to adapt to being playing as a centre forward, a winger, a midfielder, a wing back. Hatate got played as a wing back on a couple of occasions by the Japanese managers. So players get told to play in different formations and different positions all the time. Well, my thoughts on the boycott are I don't think it's actually going to achieve its purpose, and I think it's actually going to be potentially counterproductive for the team's performance on Saturday evening. I think an empty Celtic Park is never good. There's been a few times Celtic Park's been empty for one, or near enough empty for one reason or another. And I think a quiet Celtic Park is never a good support for the team. The way that Roma played their 3-4-3 doesn't actually have the full back, the centre backs coming as that far up the pitch, but they were playing on the halfway line to keep Celtic pressed in. Their wing backs in that system kept Celtic fenced in. Whether I want the Green Brigade to come back or not is immaterial. It's not really down to I think that there are many benefits to the Green Brigade, and I think there are some things which are counterproductive about the way that the Green Brigade behave in terms of banners and flags and political banners and so on. I think they've got lots and lots of good things, and there are some things that are not very good. Obviously, there are things going through the Scottish court system relating to this. There have been multiple complaints from other football clubs in Scotland. There's been massive issues with police and the Glasgow Safety Board in terms of some factors relating to the Green Brigade. So I think it's a really complicated thing. There's a lot of really sort of top level things in terms of the police, the courts, the Glasgow Safety Board, the Safety Board being willing to keep on signing off the standing section of Celtic Park. So I think it's a very complicated subject. I think their noisy support, their enthusiastic support of Celtic, I think their ability to coordinate other fans to sing and chant and support is all terribly important as well. But I think there's swings and roundabouts with it. And what my own opinion is on the boycott or on the Green Brigade is semi-immaterial, because it's not my decision, nor do I think that anything I say or do will change anything on those matters. What I would love for Celtic to do is to communicate far better. I would love for Celtic to invite all the Celtic fan media back into Celtic Park and give them full support and access, etc., to press conferences, press releases, things going on in the background. I would love to see people like Michael Nicholson going on the Celts Are Here or Celtic AM or Ryan Woman 8 or whomever else, the ACSOM sites. I think it would be great to have those people on. I think it'd be great for there to be much more liaison between the Celtic fan sites, the Celtic YouTube sites, the Celtic website things, the supporter groups, and the club itself. I think what Celtic needs to do one way or another is to get the Celtic family back together. We seem to be a family that's completely fallen apart. We've got sons and daughters and brothers and sisters and mums and dads and grannies and granddads and uncles and aunties all arguing and fighting with each other. And when you have a family who's at war with each other, you tend to get people splintering off into one side and the other side, and it all tends to get more and more acrimonious. So I think it needs somebody to bring everyone back together. The thing about being fined by UEFA or fined by the SFA, it's all very well having someone raising money to pay the fine. Celtic had to pay the fine anyway. The money that Green Brigade raised wouldn't have gone to pay the fine. However, it's not so much the fine as such. It's the fact that because of all the pyrotechnic misdemeanors at various different games, the Scottish Football Association cut Celtic's ticketing allocations for the Rangers Celtic League Cup semi-final. Now, Rangers also had their ticket allocations cut as well for the same reason. But also UEFA, if Celtic were to transgress again with UEFA, the next steps were going to be a ban on away fans for Celtic, or a ban even on any fans being at Celtic Park. And obviously, a long time ago, Celtic did actually play a game behind closed doors because of a UEFA ban, because of crowd misdemeanors at a previous game. I can't remember. I think it was a game against Rapid Vienna or some. I can't remember who it was. But we played a game behind closed doors because the fans had got the club banned from having any fans at Celtic Park, and it was a terrible atmosphere. So that's it's so much so. So yes, the fine, the Green Brigade raised money to pay the fine. The fine was paid by the Celtic anyway, but it's also the fact that repeated misdemeanors gets you banned for having tickets, like for the cup semi-final, or does get you banned for away fans or home fans for games. And what tends to happen is if you keep on breaking the rules, keep on getting fined by UEFA, the fines and the bans and stuff go up and up and up. So the next step for Celtic was going to be a ban on away fans and or a ban on any fans at Celtic Park for the next home game, which is pretty awful. And after all, if you think about Celtic against Feyenoord, the Feyenoord ground was very, very quiet because Feyenoord had got themselves several bans for crowd misdemeanors. And actually there was a very limited Feyenoord home crowd and a pretty decent Celtic crowd for that game because of UEFA rules and UEFA bans and stuff. No, but we did see Celtic fans letting off fireworks and flares in their own section of the ground. We did see a Celtic fans having his hair set on fire. We did have a young Celtic supporter or an opposition supporter who suffered an eye injury due to a stray firework or flare. So there have been injuries to Celtic fans. Because of the pyrotechnics and the flares, etc. I wasn't there to witness the Utrecht fans, etc. But there have been incidents where Celtic fans have been injured. There were several Celtic fans apparently who had to get medical attention because of the flares setting off their asthma or their emphysema, etc. So there were quite a number of quite a number of Celtic fans who suffered medical problems secondary to the flares and fireworks that were being let off in the Celtic end of games. Yes, the Dutch football fans don't have a particularly good record either. As I was saying, when we played Feyenoord in Rotterdam, the ground was about 3/4 empty because of UEFA sanctions against Feyenoord for their fans' behaviour home and away. I think they'd been previously banned for away fans, much the same as Maccabi Tel Aviv, the Israeli club. They've suffered a lot of bans on their away fan system because of, again, bad behaviour. Yes, sorry. Yes, get lost in the moment, but when you get lost in the moment, you also have to be disciplined. And if the Scottish Football Association or UEFA are saying, don't do this and don't do that and don't do that, because the club will suffer, you maybe stop doing the flares. You maybe and if Celtic football fans are saying, due to all the flares and fireworks being set off in the Celtic end, I had to leave the game and get medical attention from the medical people at Celtic Park because of my breathing, or they had to go and get medical attention from doctors and ambulance people and St John's people at the ground when we're playing away from home and stuff. So everybody is entitled to their opinion. And again, it's my personality. Maybe I'm a different sort of Celtic fan than other Celtic fans. Maybe my personality is I don't like creating trouble. I don't like causing problem. I like obeying the rules. And if I break the rules, I don't try and break the rules again. So if I break the rules and I get punished, like speeding the car or whatever it is, I make sure I don't speed in the car again. So so maybe it's down to me. Maybe it's my personality that I'm not a rule breaker. I don't like and I don't like getting involved in things I can't actually change. Or don't feel I know enough about. I think 99% of the Celtic fan collective who are demanding that the board gets sacked and this person and that person, this all gets changed. I don't think they have the real grasp about what it is to run a modern day football club and all the various rules and regulations and laws and stock exchange type of things and all the UEFA rules and FIFA rules, all the other things about running a big business. And I know Celtic's a football club, but it's also a business. No, the answer to the question is no. I'm not breaking any copyright rules. Those are all anything on the wall behind me is been bought by me or bought by my family for me. I've got the copy. I've got the ability to use anything on the wall there. Yes. Well, it certainly is an argument. One could also argue that Celtic were a very, very badly run club off the pitch in the 80s and 90s. We ran ourselves into massive debt off the pitch. And at the same time, we weren't actually creating much success on the pitch either through the 80s and into the 90s. In 1994, Celtic were within a day or two of being bankrupted and put out of business. Whether Celtic would have received the same sort of deal and treatment that Rangers got in 2012 or whatever year it was that they went bankrupt, or whether they would have been dealt the way that clubs like Airdrie, Clydebank, Gretna, Third Lanark way before that, many other teams who got completely and utterly taken off the face of the earth and removed as a football club. And at that point, in 1994, Fergus McCann came in, paid off all the debts, expanded the stadium, made Celtic a much, 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 much better run business, which then created a lot more money, which then created a lot more merchandising, made Celtic Park bigger. And from Fergus McCann changing things off the pitch, it then created, after a couple more years, the success of the Wim Jansen years, which then led into the 25 years of success we've had pretty much continuously since Martin O'Neill took over as manager in 2000. So Celtic were in the mid-90s forced into a change because of 10, 15 years of financial gross mismanagement before that. Celtic did change. Now, with the way that all football clubs are nowadays, you're probably going to require, for Celtic to get changed, somebody to come in and buy out Dermot Desmond. So someone who's happy to commit 300, 400 million pounds of their money into the club, who then would install their own management system behind the scenes. That's the way that lots and lots of the biggest teams in England have gone. Your Man Uniteds, your Man Cities, your Liverpools, Arsenal, etc., etc. Newcastle, etc. I argue, Ken, 28. I completely and totally agree. I think there should be a much more recognition of people like Fergus McCann and Tommy Burdens, great servants to the club. As I say, Fergus McCann turned things around. He made a good profit out of buying Celtic and then selling Celtic on. Primarily, he sold it on largely to Dermot Desmond, who then expanded his interest more and more and more. I do think there should be a lot more gratitude shown to Fergus McCann than there is. I think there should be much more remembrance of great Celtic players like Tommy Burdens, who died far too young. Also, more remembrance of some of the Lisbon Lions, some of the other Celtic greats, Danny McGrain, Kenny Dalglish, Paul McStay, another one. I think there should be a lot more remembrance of those people. Yes, I'm not sure whether many of you are cricket fans, but cricket is actually a sport where a lot of clubs and countries actually remember their best players by naming stands or ends of the ground or the pavilion or whatever as after some of the great players of their county or their country. And that's pretty much the case. Yep. Bobby Lennox, another person. I think there should be far more remembrance of him as well. I think Celtic should be doing a far better job remembering their great players and remembering the fans and so on as well. I think there are many things that Celtic as a football club should be doing far better. And I think there are many things where Celtic should be taking the lead, because, to be fair, not many other teams in Scotland are particularly open in terms of talking about things going on behind the scenes. You know, Rangers aren't open about it, Hearts aren't open about things, Hibs aren't open about things. You don't see the chief executive, Rangers or Hearts or Hibs or whomever on the TV or in front of the press or the pub or the fans on a regular basis. Yes. Yes, I think there should be far more remembrance of the players and the people behind the scenes, without which there wouldn't be a club. So Fergus McCann, strong argument to say there wouldn't be a Celtic Football Club at the moment if it wasn't for him bailing out the club in 1994. Quite a number of people who were involved with Celtic's finances are suggesting that the banks were going to foreclose and basically liquidate Celtic as a football club until the McCann buyout. So it doesn't sound like Celtic would have been dealt with so benevolently and kindly as Rangers were 20 years later or so. And I do think there should be more remembrance of. I think Martin O'Neill is definitely a person who deserves statues and plaques and stands and places like Barrowfield or Lennoxtown or whatever named after him. Yeah, I think there's. Okay, I think there's. I wouldn't disagree with that. They're thinking again about. I follow quite a lot of American sports as well, things like American football and baseball and ice hockey and stuff, and they're also so much better at remembering previous great managers and previous great players in terms of naming stands after them, having museums which have a lot more memorabilia and praise of actual ex-players and stuff. Again, I think something Celtic should really take a lead on and actually have much better remembrance of teams past. It would be a great honour and remembrance of all those players. It also would be a money earner for Celtic as well, in that people would come from all around the world to go to a Celtic museum, in which it was actually properly set up as a remembrance of all the great people. Fair enough. I haven't particularly heard him talking in public. I do remember watching an interview a couple of years ago, which was linked into Fergus McCann, and two people who were part of Celtic's finance group at that point were saying that the bank was within 24 hours of shutting down Celtic as a football club. Those are two people who were supposedly part of the negotiation between the club and the banks and the mortgage people, and where all the people that Celtic had debts to at that point. So I don't know. I don't know all the ins and outs. Some people say one thing, some people say the other. Different people have different angles. Two of the people who were involved with Celtic's finances, I can't remember who they particularly were. But they were on a program again, just talking about football finance and debts and clubs going to the wall, like Sheffield Wednesday nearly went to the wall. Lots of other football clubs have either been very close to going out of business or completely destroyed as a football club. Quite a number of clubs in Scotland, obviously Hearts nearly disappeared completely. Dundee nearly disappeared completely. Rangers could have completely disappeared as well. Had the banks and the taxman and the VAT and all the creditors been properly recompensed for Rangers going bankrupt, Rangers wouldn't really be a football club anymore. But they got to keep far too much of their assets. Yes, so all the stories are that Oxlade Chamberlain is in the process of being signed tomorrow. quite a number of the sites are saying that he's too late to be part of the Europa League squad. Given the fact that we're I think there's an argument to say that Celtic should have museums and memorabilia and honouring the players all around the place. I think that there also would be a lot of sense in if there are particular Celtic players who come from particularly cities or towns in Scotland, Ireland, wherever, also having a statue, etc., to remember them in those places as well. I think there was quite a lot of kerfuffle about, was it a statue for Tommy Gemmell, and Celtic not taking part in helping fund that. I think that's a massively. I think would be a really good idea. John, I am not deliberately avoiding any particular questions. Honest to goodness, I can't keep up with all the wonderful questions and comments people are putting up. I don't actually have an assistant who goes through the comments and puts them on the screen for me to do them. Like some other channels do, they've got someone who actually goes through their comment section and puts things up for the moderator, the presenter, to talk about. So I haven't been avoiding questions, or not. I'm not been deliberately avoiding questions. I've tried to answer as many questions. I've tried to give my own opinions. I've tried to allow everybody to also have their own opinions about things. I don't claim ever to be anything more than just enthusiastic. Some people know far more about football than I do. Some people know Celtic's history far better than I do. That certainly is a point of view. I'm not massively impressed with his ability to interview people. I find his interviews of the new players, his interviews with existing players, rather boring and repetitive. Never really particularly ask a question that's very interesting. I think Celtic should actually look to expand its use of all the area around Celtic Park far better. One of the theories I've put forward is that Celtic should have a proper second small stadium near to Celtic Park to use as a training ground for the players, to use as a training pitch for away teams to play at on European games. And that's a pitch also for the academy players and the women's team. Again, so it's all part of the same complex. As I said, Scottish Rugby have got something very similar to that at Murrayfield. They've got the massive big Murrayfield Stadium, but they've got lots and lots of other media things. They've got 3 or 4 other pitches nearby within the same kind of landmass, which keeps everything together, keeps things much more organised. It helps with the fans, it helps with the players, helps with media and stuff as well. 3 players out. The 3 players I personally would add to the Europa League squad would definitely be Chavanchara, definitely be Arojo. The question then be, if we're only allowed to have 3, whether we choose Junior Adamu or we choose Joel Makvuma. One of the slight snags is we haven't actually seen either of those 2 players playing for Celtic so far. It would have been a bit easier had they both had, let's say, 30 minutes last night against Aberdeen. Unfortunately, that's gone by the wayside. We didn't get a chance to see them playing last night. We didn't see either of them playing last night. Now, in the past, Junior Adamu has played at times out wide on the right and out wide on the left, although he's primarily through the middle. He's a player with a lot of strength. He'll play with pace as well. I think he's probably a player with a bit more physical strength than Makvuma. Thank you, Ronnie McNairney. It's always nice to have a bit of praise and a bit of positive feedback. So thank you for that. Coming back to, I probably at the moment I would go for Junior Adamu along with Chavanchara and along with Arojo. I think Chavanchara is going to be a really important player for Celtic in the last 3-4 months. I think Adamu and Iheanacho would give us 3 players who are capable of playing that central striker role in different ways. I think we also would have, with Adamu, Iheanacho and Chavanchara, the ability, if we ever needed to play 2 up front together as a 2-pronged attack. There are several teams in Scotland and Europe who do play 2 up front on a regular basis. And the fact that all 3 of those players are actually quite big, tall, strong players, I think that's useful. I would not be against the 2 of them playing up front together. Adamu's a wee bit short, so Chavanchara is about 6'3". For a player of 6'3", he's got really good ball skills, really good ability to run with the ball, a lot of pace as well. Adamu, I think, it's got the same things. I think you could easily play both Adamu and Chavanchara as a 1-2 punch up front. Under Martin O'Neill, we never particularly ever used Sutton and Hartson together as 2 up front. It tended to always be Sutton and Larsson, or Hartson and Larsson. Yes, I think Mvuka could be a very good player. He certainly was a super player for Bodo Glimt in Norwegian football. He was a good, reliable player for Norwegian under 21 side. His career kind of went down and down when he went to play for Lorient in France, partly because they tried to convert him from a natural right winger to being more of a right wing back than a right winger, which is why some of his stats aren't nearly as impressive as they were when he was with Bodo Glimt. I think he probably, if he is as good for us as he was for Bodo Glimt 2-3 years ago, he certainly is an upgrade on Yang. He's an upgrade on Forrest. He's the upgrade on Balikwisha, who the other ones who've been used out that way. So if he has the ability he's a player who's got pace, running ability. He's a pretty good crosser, pretty good passer. Particularly in his Bodo Glimt days, he was a good finisher as well. He seemed to lose that a lot when he went to play for Lorient. Again, I think that was to do with the way that they played him. But certainly the way that he played for Bodo Glimt was quite similar to the way that Ange Postecoglou used Lee Labada, or the way that Rodgers used Scott Sinclair, in that they were wide players but would come in off their wing into the box to be a second or third striker. I think Mvuka is that sort of player, or was that sort of player in the past. If Kjetil Knutsen was going to be Celtic manager in the long run, I wouldn't be the least bit. I think that would be a really good appointment. He was, when all the speculation was cropping up at the time where Rodgers had gone. He was probably someone that I would have put at the top of my list. Would have been Kjetil Knutsen, in that he's a European manager. He used to managing in Europe. Really good knowledge of the European scene. Lots of experience up there. He also is a manager who at Bodo Glimt has believed in developing players internally, and so buying lots of Norwegian players and Scandinavian players and improving them and selling them on, but also keeping very much the core of the side Norwegian, and to a lesser extent bringing in players from Sweden and Denmark and so on. And I think that also would be a very important thing for Celtic to do, and which might also get a degree of Celtic's identity back as well. Yes, I think it's a shame that Jota's not fit. It's a shame that Carter Vickers isn't fit. It's a shame that Alistair Johnston's not fit. Jota, it's a real shame that probably three of Celtic's best players have been missing for the great majority. So obviously Jota's been out the whole of this season. He's not going to be back until next season. Carter Vickers is out for the rest of this season. Johnston's hardly played this season. So we've actually been three of our best 11 players down all season, which is pretty much all season. Carter Vickers did play about 2 months or so. He was a bit slow to get going because of his operation on his knee during the summer. Johnston was late back into training because of playing for Canada and also getting married through the summer. So he was a bit late getting back into full training for Celtic. So we didn't really see the best of Carter Vickers or Johnston this season. We haven't seen any of Jota this season. So I think certainly O'Neill would have improved Carter Vickers as a player. One of the things I really would like to see from Carter Vickers is him being more of a leader on the pitch. I also would like to see Callum McGregor going back to being more of a leader on the pitch. For one reason or another this season, for me, now this is just maybe my perception, is that McGregor's been a lot quieter than before. Doesn't seem to be leading the team so well on the pitch so much as he did before. Doesn't seem to really get the team fired up when we go a goal down or a team gets back into the game. Anyway, one of Carter Vickers' problems is he is only 6 foot tall, which is a wee bit on the short side in terms of a true centre back. Trusty and Scales are both about 6'3" in height. Dane Murray's 6'4", the new guy. Benjamin Arthur, he's 6'4". And one of Celtic's problems certainly has been defending high balls. I think Trusty's been one of the surprise players this season. I think he's been one of Celtic's most consistent players this season. He missed the first couple of months with a sort of foot and leg problem. He pretty much came in right at the very end of the Rodgers time. Rodgers didn't seem very keen on playing him. Remembering that game we lost to Hearts 3-1, it was Dane Murray who was beside Scales that day rather than Austin Trusty. Celtic had a very, very inexperienced right side of defence with Donovan and Murray on that side, and we got very much exploited by Kizaridis and Shankland and Braga in that situation. Admittedly, the next game against Hearts at Tynecastle was the 2-2 draw, where again we got caught out on two occasions by big, high, long balls into the box. I think we certainly need we certainly seem to need a coach that can coordinate players better for defending set pieces, because it's not as if this is the first season where Celtic have been struggling to defend set pieces. For the last 3 seasons, Celtic's been struggling to defend long balls, long throws, corner kicks, direct free kicks, high balls into the box. You remember the 3-3 draw against Aberdeen in the Cup semi-final. That was the Cup semi-final. Yes, the 3-3 draw. Again, we conceded late goals to Aberdeen in that game. Both of which were high balls to the back post. We've conceded lots and lots of goals over the last 3 years through high balls. So I do agree that we either need to have a set-piece coach as such, and certainly other teams have got set-piece coaches both for attacking and defensive situations, or we need somebody within Celtic's coaching staff who is a specialist at that sort of thing, as well as maybe having another string to their bow. It doesn't really now the stories were that under Brendan Rodgers, to address the fact that we were struggling with set pieces, Gavin Strachan was made the set piece coach, and it did seem to briefly help Celtic's set piece ability, more so at the other end of the pitch. Maurice Jens was with Celtic for about half a season. He didn't get to play every single game, and he was keen to be the number one player and not the backup player. I thought he actually was a good player going forward, good player in both boxes, but he didn't want to be a backup player at Celtic, so Celtic moved him on rather quickly. I think it's one of the balancing acts of. I think it's one of the balancing acts is keeping players who are not part of the team happy, i.e. the ones who are backup players. And I think it's one of the difficulties that Celtic maybe hasn't been keeping some of its backup players as happy or as motivated. So when they do come in, not many of them are really taking their opportunity to play so well that it keeps the other alternative player out the team. I think Liam Scales is a good example of somebody who came into Celtic's team and took his chance and has become pretty much a fixture in Celtic's team. There aren't terribly many Celtic players over the last 3 or 4 seasons who've been sort of backup players who've really taken their chance to become a regular first teamer. It's a surprise that Viljami Sinisalo is still at the club, given the fact that given the fact that he's hardly played and has been Kasper Schmeichel's understudy, even when Kasper Schmeichel was having a poor time under Rodgers and O'Neill, and particularly under Nancy. Sino Salo really only got like one game over that whole time. I think Dane Murray's a good example of somebody who probably should have been loaned out. I'm not sure him playing in the Scottish Championship would have been the best thing for his career. But however, if he was, let's say, loaned to Livingston or Kilmarnock or St Mirren, or loaned to an English Championship team, I think that would have been a really good career move for him. Given the fact that he's not really had that many games for Celtic as a first teamer. He played a game or two under Ange Postecoglou, then kind of fell by the wayside. He's had one or two wee loans away. I'm not sure playing for Ayr or Dunfermline in the Scottish Championship would have moved his career forward, but I do agree that moving him on, if he was playing, let's say, for much the same as I suppose with Stephen Welsh going to Motherwell, I think had Dane Murray gone to Motherwell instead of Stephen Welsh, that would really have progressed his career over the year, and then there's a strong chance that he could have come back from his loan spell, like I suppose like Liam Scales went to Aberdeen, that moved his career forward. Callum McGregor went to Notts County, that moved him forward. Ryan Christie went to Aberdeen, that moved him forward a lot as well. So I think the problem with using the PA system anywhere is the fact that it's a one-sided conversation, in that it simply would be the board members talking at the Celtic fans. There wouldn't be that interaction, which is why the thing that Lorden proposed a couple of hours ago about having any meetings between the Celtic fan collectives and Nicholson and Wilson and Dermot Desmond's son, etc., being done on camera and being in one way or another broadcast to the Celtic fans who weren't at the meeting. I think that's a really good idea. I think the problem with PA system is that it would be a one-sided conversation, and I think the Celtic fans would feel as if they're being lectured to and treated like they're school pupils or whatever. So I think that's the problem with using the PA system. Yes, there's nothing confirmed as far as I can see regarding Oxlade-Chamberlain coming to Celtic. However, quite a lot of the stories are now suggesting that there will be an announcement tomorrow. I am not disputing the fact that going to play for Scott Brown at Ayr or going to play for Neil Lennon at Dunfermline, I think there was a really good moves for a player if they're 18, 19, 20 years old. Because obviously Dane Murray's 2 or 3 years older than that. He's that wee bit older than that. He's a bit further along his career. So I think he would be better going to a lower level Scottish Premiership team or an English Championship team. I think players like McArdle and Ewer and people of that age are far better going. I think they're fine to going to Ayr and Dunfermline, Queen's Park and Partick Thistle, etc. We've got a few players who've gone to Partick Thistle on loan and stuff as well. I think that's a good move. think possibly Dane Murray going at this point to play for a Scottish Championship is maybe one level too low for him. I think he would get a very good grounding in football in Scott Brown. I think he'd get a good grounding in football with Neil Lennon. I just think it's the quality of players that they'll be playing against week in, week out in the Scottish Championship isn't as high as it would be in the Scottish Premiership or the English Championship. Yep, he's again a very young, promising goalkeeper. He's off to Leyton Orient now. He never really got a chance at Celtic. He was always forever in the academy and then out on loan here than everywhere. He actually had a pretty good time at Kilmarnock, but then he's away now off to Leyton Orient in England. Totally agree that Celtic in some way should try and resurrect a proper reserve league. Part of the problem was not enough of the other Scottish teams could fund a proper reserve team. Rangers and Celtic were very, very, very keen to keep it going, but a lot of the other teams in Scotland said they could no longer afford to have a first team and a reserve team. I'm not convinced that Celtic's academy players and B team players playing in the Lowland League is the right level of football, which is kind of what I'm trying to say with loaning out Celtic's academy players or transition players to play for Ayr and Dunfermline and Queen's Park and Park. That's the right sort of level of football to move them forward. I think for players who may be a bit further along their career, like Scales and Christie were, at a similar point, sending them to another Scottish Premiership side is the right thing to do for them. Yes, totally agree. It's a massive shame that we lost. Ben Gannon Doak is a very obvious example. We lost several other players, Daniel Kelly, Rocco Vata, Cummings we lost last summer. There's a couple of other players we've lost who were at a younger age. Can't remember the guy's name, but it was somebody who was like 16 years old, went off to Liverpool. We've not been good at transitioning players from the academy into the first team. I think the gap between the academy and the first team is too great, which is why the reserve team league was such an important stepping stone for so many of Celtic's great players. When I first started supporting Celtic in '72, it was a transition between the Lisbon Lions team disappearing to the team for the last 4 or 5 years of Jock Stein's reign as Celtic manager. But because of the reserve league, we had players like Dalglish, McGrain, Connolly, Macari coming into the first team, ready to play first team football. We had some of the first team players getting injured. They dropped to the reserve team, get their fitness back, then they're back into the first team. Jock Stein was also somebody who quite often had younger players playing reserve team football, first team football back to the reserves, a bit more experience than reserves back into the first team. I think that was a really, really important thing. We've lost far too many players. I think it's part of what somebody said a wee bit earlier on, the fact that there's this constant pressure to win every game at Celtic. It does make it more difficult to give a player like Tierney at 17, 18, Paul McStay at 18, a go in the first team. Colby Donovan is probably the best example of a player who has been good enough to go from the academy team into the first team. He this season has been I think being a really good right back, he does need a bit more experience, which is why I think he needs regular first team minutes. I'd be much happier to see him getting the bulk of the minutes at right back if the alternative is Anthony Ralston. I think he's the best backup we've got to back up Arojo, or when Johnson comes back next season or the end of this season. I think Donovan's the obvious number 2, and I think probably Anthony Ralston's time at Celtic is probably on the way out. Yep, the Quality Street Gang were basically the ones that helped Celtic transition between the Lisbon Lions and the second half of Jock Stein's 9 in a row franchise. The Dalglishs, the Maccaris, the McGrains, the Connollys, the Davy Hayes, lots and lots of other players. Plus, they brought in a few players like Harry Hood and Dixie Deans and stuff as well, which were really important too. Yes, we always have lots of young players going off to play for Scotland or other countries at under 17, under 19, under 21, but not many of them really are getting into the first team. Colby Donovan obviously has been a star for Scotland's under 17, under 19, under 21 side. He has broken into the first team. Dane Murray was a star in all those areas. Ewer, McCardle, Summers, Anderson, several others have all played lots and lots for Scotland's underage groups, but then not transitioned into the first team. Some like Ben Gannon Doak disappeared off, Kelly disappeared off, Cummings disappeared off, Rocco Vata disappeared off. So yes, I think you're entirely right that we do need to one way or another get those sorts of players you've mentioned there, Summers, Colby Donovan, Dane Murray, up to a level where they can come into a team. And to be fair, I think apart from the Hearts game, Dane Murray's actually played well in the limited time he's played for Celtic. Didn't look out of place last Sunday when he came in to replace Austin Trusty. I think part of the problem that he had playing against Hearts that time when we lost 3-1 was the fact that he had Colby Donovan on his right side, and then he was the right-sided centre-back, and I don't think he and Scales had a particularly good understanding. And also the midfielders at that time, Negrin, Hattati, McGregor, Engels, weren't tracking back properly to help protect him. Yes, in essence, you either need a manager who's got a bit more guts than recent Celtic managers have had. We haven't really given a young player a chance at Celtic since Kieran Tierney under Rodgers the first time. It's probably the last time we really allowed a young player to get a chance to be a regular first-team starter. All the other players we've mentioned, Doak, Kanamoko Dembele, who somebody's mentioning there as well, McCardle and Murray and Donovan and several others. Mitchell Frame, who's had a good time moving to Aberdeen. A lot of them got the odd game here and there, but they never got a proper concerted series of games in the Celtic to really to establish themselves. So I think Kieran Tierney is probably the last young Celtic player who's come straight from the lower levels of Celtic's team and got into the first team and been allowed to establish in the first team. I would really love for Celtic to bring through a Paul McStay style of player who comes into the team and he's with Celtic for the next 15 years or whatever it was that Paul McStay was at Celtic. To be fair, I suppose Cal McGregor's been with Celtic a long time. He had his year out on loan to Notts County, then he came back, and then he's been a fixture in the side since Ronnie Dahlia's time. Yes, I don't think our academy is as good as it should have been. Clashman Numpty, who's often on the live stream, one of the things he says on a really regular basis is the fact that we do need to improve our academy quite considerably. Yes, and on the whole, a lot of the other Scottish teams are producing Scottish players better than we are. Motherwell's been particularly good at producing players. Aberdeen have produced quite a lot of good young players. Rangers less so, not so many really good young players coming through Rangers either. Hearts have got a good structure of players coming through. Hibs, good structure of players coming through. I don't think we've done a good enough job. And with the way that things are with world football, there's absolutely nothing really stopping Celtic establishing a really, really top-level academy and trying to attract players from all around the world. One of Clashman Numpty's theories is trying and use the African market far better than we do. There's tons and tons and tons of talent in African football. In some cases, less of a culture shock moving from Africa to Scotland. In terms of culture, language, etc., in that a lot of African countries have English as their second language or their first language. So So it is quite annoying that Celtic haven't been as good as they should have been in bringing the young players. I think that's another thing, whether that's down to the board people, whether that's down to the executive people, whether that's down to the management and coaching people. I don't know, but it certainly is an area that we need to move forward. I think that one of the slight difficulties, I fully accept where you're coming from, RU Ken 28, but one of the problems I think Celtic has at the moment is that we do sign a lot of players, and some of the players don't work out. Some of the players are coming with, and no one really knows who they are before they come to Celtic. And I don't think anybody had heard of Iwaneze, the Zimbabwean Leicester backup player, or before he left Leicester for free and went to Motherwell on a free transfer in the summer. I don't think anybody in Scottish football would ever have heard him. And if Celtic had signed Iwaneze as a free transfer from Leicester's academy, Leicester's reserve team in the summer, I think there would have been a massive amount of criticism of the board and the scouts and the recruitment people for signing him. Now, he's turned out to be a really good player for Motherwell and could well have been a really good player for Celtic. Maybe in the summer he will become a Celtic player. Yes, but the point I'm trying to make is, yes, so we signed Mikel Onge Balakwisha, who was in various different Belgian squads at the same time as the Nico Raskins and the Arnie Engels and a lot of Belgium's best young players. Balakwisha was part of that Belgian squad, and until his first injury, he was on the transition between the Belgium under-21 squad and the full Belgian team with your Kevin De Bruyne's and so on. So he was good enough about 3 years ago to be considered for the full Belgian side. And then he got injured, and then his career has kind of struggled since a fairly prolonged spell on a couple of occasions out with injury. And to the point where he's now stopped being a Belgian player and he's now a Democratic Republic of Congo player. But Balikwisha was a name that was much more known about than Wasman Ninzi, or the Leicester backup player who wasn't good enough to play for Leicester. That's why they dumped him and let him go for nothing to Motherwell. So sometimes when you sign players who are not well known, it's a bit of a lottery. I'm not disputing the fact that these are good players. I'm just saying that we sign players who are not well-known names, and there's a lot of criticism for signing players who are not well-known names. Anyway, I fully accept that all those players, the Motherwell player and the two players for Hibs, they've had with in case of Maswoninzi and Chewa, they've had half a season playing in Scottish football. They've got used to Scottish football. There's not going to be a transition moving to Celtic. I think there's a chance that there's a fair chance that one or two or three of those might be coming to Celtic in the summer. I think we're going to be changing. I think there's going to be a large turnover of players for a variety of reasons this summer. And possibly that's one argument, is that maybe Celtic should have turned over their squad more last summer than we did do. A few players that were maybe kept on too long. Maybe we should have been far better coordinated and got Hatate and Maeda moved out and properly replaced by other players. I think there's always, with any squad, you do need to keep on refreshing it. You do need to keep on refreshing it. And I don't think Celtic's been very good at keeping their squad freshened up. I think there's been quite a number of players who've been at the club for a long, long, long time. And maybe some of those players get rather set in their ways, which is maybe why the transition to Wolford Nancy's way of playing was more difficult for some of the players who particularly played under Brendan Rodgers for 2.5 seasons. And then quite a lot of those players had been at the club for much longer. The McGregors, the Ralstons, the Forrests, several others. The point you make, Kenneth Todd, is really well made. Henrik Larsson was a player who was known about a bit, playing for Feyenoord and a bit playing for Sweden, but he wasn't really a particular superstar when he came to the club. Lubomir Moravcik, when he came to us, he was a player who was 30 plus. 99% of all the pundits said, "Oh, why are Celtic signing him? He's a complete waste of money. It's just because he's a mate of Joseph Fenglos. That's the only reason that Celtic are signing him." And by goodness, was Lubomir Moravcik an absolute wonderful player for Celtic. £330,000. He scored goals, created goals, played football brilliantly well. And yet, when he was signed for Celtic, most Celtic fans were took against him before he even kicked a ball. Most of the journalists, the radio people, the TV people said that he was rubbish and it was a waste of money for Celtic to sign him. And yet he turned into a really, really very high quality player for Celtic for 3 or 4 seasons after that. There certainly are a lot of different ways of scouting for players, and certainly computer analytics and sabermetrics and all these kind of things. My And again, I don't know the ins and outs of Celtic scouting and recruitment team. I suspect that Celtic do have a variation on the Jamestown analytics, and that it's not as if the systems they're using are they're just basic systems. And also the fact that is that Hearts haven't actually recruited that much, that really particularly strong group of players. They have had a few players who've turned out very well. They've had a few players who have actually been pretty much duds as well. The players they've added in the winter window have not been particularly impressive. 4 or 5 of the players they signed in the summer weren't particularly, have not turned into particularly good players yet. They have made some very good signings. I'm not saying they haven't. They've also been put together very well by their manager. They've been very lucky up until recently with injuries, and they only really got started getting hit by injuries at the turn of the year, when obviously they lost Shankland, they lost Cammy Devlin. They're now starting to run into both injuries and suspension problems, and that they've had 3 players sent off in the last 5 games. Yes, so Hugh Keevins was one of the most vocal opponents of Celtic signing Lubomir Moravcik, and he was kind of a ringleader in terms of Scottish journalism, football journalism, in saying that he was rubbish and he was past his best and nobody had heard of him and all these kind of things. And he turned into a great signing. And other point was about Henrik Larsson. He also wasn't a particularly well-known player, and he turned into one of Celtic's greatest players of all time. And the point, I think all those 3 players can certainly be part of Celtic's squad. I'm not convinced they actually would be better than what Celtic have got. I think they also work well in the Hearts team. I don't think they'd work quite so well with the way that Celtic play football. I think all 3 of them particularly work well with the way that Hearts like to play football. Hearts are more direct side. They pump the ball forward. They try and get corners, free kicks, long throws, pump the ball into the box, try and win the second ball. And they've got big, tall, strong players. They've got big, tall, strong players to come off the bench. They've got Braga, who is a good in the box striker. He gets to the knockdowns quite better than many other players, which is how they scored the second goal against Celtic in the 2-2 draw. Don't think Kizarides has been such a strong player or successful player in this middle third of the season. I think he started exceedingly well, and I think after a while, other teams learned how to defend against them better. I think of all those 3 players, I think Braga's probably the best player. Devlin's a very, very effective player. He's maybe a kind of player that Celtic could have and should have been looking to sign, or someone like him. So I think Devlin, of those 3, Devlin probably is the one that would, for me, work best in the team, and would maybe fill a hole that we don't really have a player who can play that system. According to Sean Maloney, when Tinsdale got sacked, the guy from Chelsea and a chap called Mark Cooper, definitely surnamed Cooper, and somebody else were the 3 people who were heading up the scouting and recruitment team. And so the guy from Chelsea, who came in at the tail end of Tinsdale's time, came in at the tail end of Wolford Nancy's time, coming in from being one of the sort of the second or third most high up scout at Chelsea, came to Celtic. He's very much taken a role in in the January transfer window, and that Maloney and O'Neill and he and Cooper and one other person have been this kind of team of five who've been the main people assessing players. Yes. Kenneth Dodd, I agree with your comment about Braga in many ways. I don't like him as a person. He was a ringleader in getting Austin Trusty sent off in Hearts Celtic game. I think he's a sneaky player. I think he's a bit of a dirty player. I think he's very good at buying free kicks and penalty kicks and fouls and stuff. One of Hearts' main tactics is to get free kicks near the box and pump the ball in. Celtic gave away so many free kicks in that game against Hearts in the 2-2. Some really silly challenges, but quite a lot of them were fouls that were bought by the Hearts player being particularly good at going down in a convincing way. I'm in two minds as to whether Gogic would step up to be a Celtic player. I think he would be. He's got leadership. He's got a good brain. He's an intelligent player. I'm not so sure he would step up to being a Celtic player. But in the St Mirren team, he's been a super player for them for a couple of seasons. He does seem to have leadership. He does seem to have. He's consistent. He's reliable. He gets stuck in. He's got basic good defensive abilities. He's comfortable on the ball. He's got lots of different things that would make him a good player for Celtic. But the question with virtually everybody is whether they could step up from being that sort of player for St Mirren or that sort of player for Motherwell in case of Mazwazinzi, whether they could step up from that medium style of player, a team, to playing for a top team. Whether a player like Gogic or Mazwazinzi or Devlin or Braga or Kizerides could step up to play Europa League or Champions League would be the next step. I'm not so sure that Gogic would be able to step up from being a Scottish player, Scottish domestic player, to being a European player. To be thoroughly fair, I haven't seen Benji Arthur play. He has played for England at under 19, under 20 level. So he clearly is a player with a lot of potential. It's one of the interesting things. There actually are quite a number of free agent players out there who are technically available. Reportedly, there was another player that Celtic had earmarked if the Oxlade-Chamberlain deal fell through. Chap who's played for AC Milan in the past. Yes, I know Gogic has played very well for St Mirren against Celtic, against other sides. My question is whether Gogic could do equally well playing for Celtic and playing for Celtic against Roma and Bologna and Feyenoord and Braga and Midtjylland, etc., etc. So my question isn't the fact that Gogic plays very well for St Mirren against Celtic and Mazwazinzi has played very well for Motherwell against everybody else in Scotland. The question is whether they then could play for Celtic at the same level and then go and play in European games and be as effective as that. Yes, I think that's what I'm trying to say. Is what Catalan 094 X has said. Playing against Celtic and playing for Celtic is two different things. I think Gogic is very well suited to play the way that St Mirren do against most teams in Scotland. I think he's a very effective player. I think he's an intelligent player. I think he maximizes his ability. The good thing about signing Benji Arthur, the 20-year-old centre-back from Brentford, is he's on loan. He has played for Brentford in the Caribou Cup and the FA Cup. He coped playing for those for Brentford in those games. Yes, Stephen Welsh has been a particularly strong player for Motherwell this season, which is why they were so keen to get him back on loan. Yes, so there are plenty of players who have been disappointing for Celtic, and they've gone to play for other teams and played very, very well. We've got lots and lots of players. Look at Lagerbielke being a really good example of a player who was largely disappointing for Celtic. He left Celtic. He's gone to played on loan in Dutch football and was very, very good in Dutch football. Then he went now permanent to play for Braga in Portuguese football. He's been very, very good over there. Kwon, who Kwon never played a proper game for Celtic in his 2-3 years at Celtic. He had a decent loan spell at St Mirren, decent loan spell at Hibs. He then went to play in French football, and within 6 months, his team had sold him on for 4 times as much as what Celtic sold him to the French club. So clearly, some people do very well away from Celtic. There's been lots of players who've been disappointing for Celtic who've become much, much better away from the club. So clearly some people fit into the system. Not disputing the fact that Gogic has been a good player. He's played very well for his team against Celtic. The question is whether he would then step up to play for Celtic and play equally well in a different system, a different role, a different mentality, a different way of playing football as well. And there's really only one way to find that out, and that's to buy him and try him out in the team. I don't think Celtic are going to buy Gogic and try him out in the team. Wouldn't be too surprised if Mazwazinzi from the Zimbabwean player from Motherwell signs for Celtic in the summer, or signed for somebody equally big as Celtic in the summer. Yep, Tomoki Iwata, another player who rarely got a look in at Celtic. He played a few games as a deputy for Carl McGregor when McGregor was injured. He played a few games under Ange Postecoglou. Didn't really seem to be a favourite of Brendan Rodgers. Brendan Rodgers sold him for £1 million to Birmingham, and he was probably the number one factor in getting Birmingham promoted out the first division into the Championship. He was player of the season for Birmingham in that season. He was in the team of the year for the English First Division that year. So clearly he's a player that's really, really flourished away from Celtic. And there are plenty. Timo Pukki, another player, terrible for Celtic, went off and was brilliant for Norwich. Anyway, I think it's now 1:30. No, what is it? Yeah, it's 1:30 in the morning. We've been going for 4 hours and 19 minutes. So I think we should probably call it a day. It's been a really, really wonderful live stream for me. I've had tons and tons of fun. Hopefully other people have had tons and tons of fun as well. Planning to have another live stream next. Planning to have another live stream this time next week, next Thursday. We'll work out the time and the place, etc., for it once everything settles down in terms of the fixtures and so on. So thank you for everybody who's contributed to this evening's I have been talking non-stop for nearly 4.5 hours. I'm starting to get a wee bit tired, and I've had lots and lots of fun. Hopefully everyone else has had lots and lots of fun. We'll be doing it again next Thursday. Well, you can talk amongst yourself. You can share things by text and email, and you can phone each other, etc. But it's time for my bed. Thank you, Kenneth Todd. I'm afraid, yes. So as much as I would love to keep on going for another 4 hours through to 5 o'clock in the morning, I do need to get off to sleep as well. Yes. Thank you to you, Sligo Boy 8152. Thank you for tuning in and contributing in your unique way. Thank you also, Ryu Ken 28. Same thing. Lots and lots of people. Lots and lots of people have got their own very strong opinions, and I love being able to help people share those opinions. So, to cut a long story short, thank you everyone for participating. Hopefully Celtic have a nice big win against Dundee on Saturday. Hopefully we get all these new players integrated into the squad. Hopefully the deal for Oxlade-Chamberlain works out well for Celtic and well for him. I think he could be a useful player. I think also the other 5 players we've signed this winter are going to turn into be good players. So thank you for participating. See you all next week in next Thursday's live stream. Goodbye and hail, hail.